She's a mini doxy named Piper. So cute. I tell ya. I frequently think that some days, many days, I want to just take my money and buy a plot of land and be surrounded by dogs. Like, that sounds really nice. That sounds, that sounds like I would be so happy. Me but with cats. See, I know cat owners will argue that cats are very lovable. I've just never gotten that like I've gotten with pups. I feel like a lot of times I receive judgment from cats. I feel extremely judged. And I'm like, I already get this from humans. Sorry, I'm just opening some tabs. Gotta get my tabs ready. Auxiliary! Thank you for the raid! Cats take time. Yes, I know. I know. They are like little humans. They are. Oxy, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. Hi, everyone who's just getting here. I am just getting started. I was a little bit late. Let me tell you. Let me tell you what happened last night and then this afternoon. And it has made me so furious, and I'm trying to let it go. Meow. Okay, so last night around 12:30, Farley really wanted to go on a walk. I was like, it's late. There've been a lot of coyotes around, and I don't know. I was just like, I'm not gonna go take him on a walk. But the compromise was, I was like, I'll take him to the dog run. So we have this little dog area in the back of the apartment, and you're supposed to have leashes. I know this, okay? I just want to be clear about that. I'm aware of that. A lot of times people don't. It's not a big, they just like take their dogs back there to go potty. It's not a big deal, whatever. It was 12:30. I figured it was late. I couldn't find Farley's leash. So I was like, there's probably not gonna be anyone back there. I'll just take him there. So he was going potty, and suddenly I heard this voice from the shadows, and it scared the shit out of me. And this very scary low growl was like, "You need to have your dog on a leash." It's like, my God. And I looked up and I saw the silhouette of this dude, and he was with his dog. And it truly took me by surprise. But I was like, well, he is correct. He's being scary about it. And usually no one ever says anything. So, but I wasn't like gonna fight him on it. Anyway, I was like, okay, I picked Farley up and I took him back in the house. And then I realized that the dog run closes at 11:15. So this man who was back there when the dog run was supposed to be closed, and being clear again, I was there as well when it was supposed to be closed, but he had the audacity to try and uphold me to the rules when he himself was breaking the rules. And when I remember, I was like, oh, okay, hold on a minute. No. So anyway, I felt very indignant about it. Nothing like when someone's breaking a rule and then is telling you that you're breaking a rule. So I forgot about it until this afternoon, and the manager of the building, I had taken Farley for his afternoon walk. I was coming back, and she was like, "Hey, I need to talk to you." And I was like, "What the fuck? I haven't caused any problems. Will and I are the easiest tenants. Like, what could this be about?" And she was like, "So I got a report from someone in the building. He came to see me this afternoon, and he had taken a video of you out at the dog run with Farley not on a leash. This man was videoing me in the shadows. Yeah. He had been videoing me. And then that's when he did the scary voice. And then he went and snitched to the building manager. And I looked at her, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna tell you this right now. We were both out there technically when the dog run had closed. So this man wants to snitch on me. Fine, then I'm gonna snitch on him, even if that's an extra snitch on me. The dog run was closed. So that's all I have to say. And she was pretty, she's like, yeah, because she knows that Will and I are really, really easy tenants, and they deal with shit all the time. Like, we have some crazy, crazy tenants in this building. And so she basically was like, it's okay, don't worry about it. I have to talk to you about it because he said he's going to be following up with me, and that he would like consider taking action. I'm like, what the fuck action is he going to take? And you know what the annoying thing is that when this dog run thing happened, I called Will because I have a temper. I do. And he's much chiller than I am. And I was like, I'm gonna figure this fucking guy, I'm just gonna... He was like, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. And I was like, yeah, but I think I'm just gonna back around there and be like, listen, motherfucker, like, you got something to say to me? And he's like, don't do that. Don't. It's fine. So I put it aside. And then this happened today. I was like, you know what? I was right. Okay. This man was a fucking weirdo. I don't know if you have a temper. Will's just abnormally chill. The thing is, I feel like I have a temper, though, because he always is very chill about these matters. And always just, like, lets things go. A hypothetical, would that have happened with you or Will? Probably. This guy was... Would he have approached like that? I don't know. I think he probably still would have said something. Pog. Nobody filmed you, so very valid. Right! When I found out today, I was like, no, I was correct. I was correct in being angry about this man last night, even though I didn't know. I didn't know at the time that he had recorded me. How old was the guy? He was probably in his 50s. Eva, thank you for the 7 months. Is it the same neighbor that has portraits of him? Different one. There are a lot of freaks and weirdos who live in this building. And that's why the front desk and like the building managers, I have a really good relationship with them because we're really nice and don't cause any problems, and there are some psychos who live here. I wonder if he's seen you out there before at night, because why? I don't know. It was really strange. But if I see him again, Ooh! You know I'm gonna say something. I thought you lived in a multi-million-dollar mansion. I own the building. It's my building. And it costs so many millions. You know what, y'all? How long have you... we've been here a couple years now. Don't talk to me or my son ever again. I truly am going to say those words. Don't talk to me or my son ever again. I just like every time, every day. Every time of every day. Wait, I really like this song. Hold on, I need to save this. Okay. I am always just trying to work on letting things go, not stewing in anger, not and like being indignant and feeling self-righteous and realize like just all the little mantras that you do where you go, it's okay, kumbaya. Don't be mad, like don't try and seek vengeance. And then sometimes it's warranted. Yes. If you ever figured out, please share because I need to learn those things too. Well, I don't think I have figured it out. Because every time that I'm like, I was justified. I was justified in being like, no. I don't think so. Yeah, I'm always caught between we need to come together. We need to come together and have, you know, we're all just put on this planet. We need to help one another. I'm caught between that and I want to punch everyone in the face. Not everyone. I just mean people who piss me off. Like, it just, oh. Those are the two wolves. Ah! Yeah. So anyway, just a reminder, don't film people. Especially don't film women when it's really late and dark out and they can't see you and you're filming them from the shadows. I don't care what your motives are. You know, I don't care if that guy really was so angered that he recorded me so he could report me, which also, you fucking snitch. All right. Okay. Right click Willie, thank you for the tier 1. Just don't do it. Ugh. No leash is a heinous crime. Send me to the gulag. You guys, I cannot get over the fact that he was out there when the dog run was closed. And still decided that he was gonna be scary to me and then report me to the building. I don't know. Darrens are weird. Darren? I've never heard that. And like I said, this was one of those where I had accepted, you know what? Farley's on a leash. I'm not in the right here. And then I realized that the dog run had been closed. So I was like, should wait in the shadows on your day off, and when he comes out, snitches kiss. Yeah. Or I'll record him when the dog run is closed and he's out there another night, and I'll come from the shadows and be like, the dog run is closed. You're not supposed to be here. What the fuck? That's so creepy. If your dog needs to go, they need to go. This is part of why I love living in the middle of nowhere. I mean, I hate it, but I don't get to see people. The people around here are ignorant as fuck. But I can walk my PTSD. Service dog without a leash and he listens. Never sneak up on women at night. Never film at night. So creepy and wrong. Sounds like a Kyle. I love all these names. Darren, Kyle. Yeah, anyway, so that that happened. But on the other hand, I saw someone walking 5 golden retrievers today, and it made me smile. 5 just of the happiest golden retrievers you've ever seen. It was an amazing sight to see. It was very cute. They were all just like so proud and happy and smiling while walking. I saw a dog wearing Crocs. Dog Crocs are the acceptable Crocs, in my opinion. Dog Crocs are cute. Male Karens are Kevins. I kind of like Darren because it rhymes with Karen, but yeah, I've heard Kevin be used. Is Farley your first dog? Farley is my first dog that an adult, an individual adult, have had. Like I had a family dog growing up, but Farley's he's my first. Derek is the male Karen. Is there a K name that rhymes with, I mean, Kevin, I guess, doesn't rhyme, but it does start with a K. Same amount of letters. You know, I'm just call them Karens too. Leave the Kevins on. Everybody gets called Karen. Yeah, male Karens are also Karens. It's not gendered. Exactly. You will adopt Farley together. Technically, yes. Did you call the owner because he wasn't using? Yeah, I pulled over. I was in my car and I pulled over. I was like, hey, excuse me. You're supposed to have separate leashes for all those golden retrievers. Austin does call himself a Karen for the people. Yes. He has proudly embraced the term Karen. But in a way that like he's doing public good. I was like, Austin, what public good are you doing as a Karen? A white hat Karen? It's like, I feel like you say that when the public good is you. Like the public good is making sure that you or someone you know gets what they need. Imagine having such a sad life that you're recording your neighbors and snitching to the landlord. Yeah. But, and see, that's when I go back to that. I go from the, oh, I'm so fucking angry, I just want to, and then I go, that person probably has a sad life. Or maybe I tell myself that. So I can justify like trying to feel something other than anger. I just imagine that people that I've thought that about, they actually have really great lives. They're actually way happier than I am. Like, it can't be. It's not possible. So I just tell myself, I was like, these are sad people with sad lives, and they have nothing better to do. No, he left and went on. Yeah, he flew to Turks and Caicos this morning in his private jet. Would you consider getting Farley a sibling? It has been discussed. It has been discussed many times, and one of us really wants Farley to have a sibling, or as the one of us who wants that refers to it as his girlfriend, which I'm like, that's weird. I don't like that. It is Will who wants another dog. And what I have to say to that is having one is already a lot of work. I mean, I haven't really done much since Will's been out of town because we have Farley and he has separation anxiety. So like, I don't really leave, I don't really leave the house for extended periods of time. Not that I'd really be doing that right now, but maybe get him a fish. Yeah, I'll be like, Plunk, here's a goldfish. Farley, this is your brother. I hate the girlfriend-boyfriend. I know, me too. There would be no girlfriend-boyfriend dynamic. Also, what if Farley is boyfriend-boyfriend, you know? Or non-binary. Exactly. But anyway, no, I am not super keen on the idea of getting a second pup. I think the apartment is too crowded, as is. And I think I don't know if it would be a net benefit to Farley. He has some serious only child problems. The way that he is around other dogs, Kaya, for instance, he's kind of a brat. Now, that's not totally fair. I think it's not his fault. It's not his fault that he can be bratty. But he's very much like, if there's other dogs around that I'm giving too much attention to, he will come over and put his body in between me and the dog and like make it very clear that, like, send the message to the other dog that this is my mom. Back off. It's weird too because when he was younger, he was different. He was very social, and it's not like we don't socialize him. I don't know what happened. Even during the pandemic, because we could still go to parks and stuff, we would take him to the park all the time. And then my sister lived with me for a couple months, and she had her dog, and they got along really well. I don't know. It's really been, has Farley met Ray's dog, Mika? Yes, he gets along with Mika because Mika keeps to herself. I think that's what it is too. I think if the other dog keeps to themselves, then Farley's like, he wants to be able to make the first move. He doesn't want the another dog to make the first move. And with a puppy like Kaya, and that's why I was like, I'm not being totally fair to Farley. Kaya is so young and so big, and she is like a lot of really big dogs, forgets that she's a really big dog and thinks that she's a small dog with the way that she behaves. And so she's a lot. I love Kaya, but like, I understand why Farley gets freaked out. She's a bear. Yeah. But yeah, you could get an older chill dog. I don't know how he would act. Like, I know this sounds crazy. I know people who don't have dogs might think I sound insane saying this, but I would be really sad if he were to act in a way where he thought that, like, we were trying to replace him, or that he doesn't get as much love and attention anymore. It's like this is how I was every time my siblings were born. When my younger sister was born, so it was just my older sister and I. When the third one was born, I told my mom to put her back in her stomach. My parents just sent a home video. They were watching home videos the other night, and they sent a video of when we went to the hospital. My dad took me and my older sister to the hospital. My mom had just had the baby. And my sister Liz is on the bed, and she's like cooing over the baby. And I'm doing everything but look at the baby. Like, I'm wandering around the room. I was only 3, but I'm wandering around the room, picking things up. I pick up my, there's a funny moment where I pick up this tea and my mom's like, Caroline, that's really hot. And I put it back down, and my mom gives my dad this look like, oh my God, this is gonna be a nightmare, isn't it? And my mom in the video was like, why don't you come see the baby? And I'm like, no. seems like I'm projecting onto Farley. Maybe I am. Because when the fourth sibling was born, my brother, then I got Jen, the sister below me, I got her to join in with like the, we don't want this sibling. So the two of us together told my parents that we don't want this brother, we don't want this sibling. Like I recruited her in. And then by the fifth one, by this point I was like, all right, I guess this is just how it goes. My mom just keeps having babies. It's fine. I am 8 years old now. I can handle it. And my mom went into labor, or went into the hospital on my birthday. And so it was the worst of all the sibling births for me. Dogs can totally become grumpy or just lose patience more as they get older. It may not have been. Yeah. I mean, he's only, he's like 4 years and 4 months. You must have been so pissed at the family. Oh, I was so jealous. Oh my God. Of my friend, because everyone else had like 1 or 2 or maybe 3 kids. No one had 5 kids. You know, this was not an era where there were really big families. Like a lot of our parents, including mine, grew up with a million siblings. That's just how it was. But my parents were still an anomaly, even in the 90s, having that many kids. Like the only other people who had that many kids were the super duper Christian ones. We were like the family that, even though my mom was Catholic, it didn't have to do with that. It's because my parents thought we were so cute. They were like, we should just have another one. They're so cute. And we were really good. We were really good little kids, so. But anyway, there were many times that I was very jealous of friends who did not have so many siblings. Yeah, my mom tried to have a 6th kid, and that's when the whole family got together. We were like, enough. No more. She just had been pregnant or having a baby for so long, like her entire 30s. For a decade. My mom was either pregnant or having a baby. And finally, when my baby sister, number 5, was, I think she was like 2, my mom really wanted to have another baby. But my mom was 40 at that, 40, I think. And so then she started talking all this crazy stuff about adopting. My dad was like, okay, we're a little stretched thin as is. All right. What are we, Angelina Jolie? My neighbors had 6, all with the names starting with C. They were weird Christians. Right. The only people who had really big families, like our size or bigger, were weird Christian families.
More and more low.
Why'd your mom want so many kids? Aside from like my parents going, oh, they're so cute. My mom grew up in a really big family, and I think she just always wanted to have a big family of her own. I don't know. Some people are like that. Not me. I've never ever been like, I want to have a bunch of kids. It's more so I'm like, do I even want to have a kid? Crease, thank you for the 4 months. More kids for the mines. That's right. Is your fam Christian? No. There's some very insular Jewish. Yes, but when I was growing up, I know it's not just the Christians, but when I was growing up, those were the other families that were around us. Like when I was in Baltimore. Do you want to know the crazy thing too? So I was born in Baltimore, and this family that had 9 kids, super Christian, like probably the most Christian family that ever Christianed. They gave my parents a paddle when I was born, like to beat us. They were like, they gifted my parents a paddle. It had holes in it for, I don't know, aerodynamic reasons. Yeah. Did anyone ever think you're more? No, God, no, no. Yeah, I was like, wait, this is the sweet Christian family with 9 kids who gave this battle? Speed holes. Yeah, it had speed holes in it. I don't know. I mean, we were really good kids. So no need to be beaten. You know what it was? It was also like kind of the last vestiges of that era where you would spank your kids. Cause it definitely happened. Like when I was a kid. Cause it was the early 90s where it was not quite yet totally frowned upon. Like, I got hit with the good old bit. Yeah, so people had these paddles, I guess, or stuff like them, and they were used for spankings. I got the wooden spoon. Oh. Did it have holes in it? Aerodynamic holes. Yeah, what would Jesus do? The paddle raises up in the air. The WWJD flashes. Who was stricter, my mom or dad? They were scary for different reasons. Like my dad was really chill until the occasional moment when he would go what we describe as 0 to 100. And my mom would never reach the 100 that my dad would have on a rare occasion, but she was much more consistently stressing. Yeah, I mean, they used to beat kids in school. My mom went to Catholic school. They beat the shit out of them. Like, can you imagine? Did you guys know that? I don't know if Will's ever told this story. His first day at boarding school, his teacher punched him in the face. Like, it punched him in the face. Yes. He didn't even do anything. He accidentally dropped a book, and this teacher thought he was screwing around, and he just socked him straight in the face. Like, I guess you were allowed to do those things at boarding school. I mean, this was in the 2000s. He should have punched back. I know, he was 14 or 15. Welcome to boarding school, bitch. Yeah, he said this teacher ended up becoming his friend, but yes, for many, many, many years, beating kids in school was the norm. I feel like it's like, oh, back in my day, teachers used to beat the fuck out of students. No, not like when I went to school, but when Will was at boarding school, certainly, and like my mom being at Catholic school, no one is nastier than a nun. A nun, they should honestly, nuns should do boxing or like, I don't know, sports where you're beating each other up. Somebody put hands on my kid, especially a teacher at school, and that song "Somebody Got to Die" comes on. Yeah, I mean, that is not something you can really get away with these days. It would cause a much bigger stink. Can you imagine a teacher punches someone in the face? I don't care that it's boarding school. You would have had 15 TikToks of it uploaded within 1 minute. We're unloading trauma in chat. Oh, speaking of Elmo. Wait a sec. Okay, did you guys see Elmo on Twitter? I don't know why this made me laugh so hard. That Elmo comes in at like the worst time possible. Like all hell is broken loose. Elmo tweeted yesterday, Elmo is just checking in. How is everybody doing? When we needed Elmo the most. Elmo, we are fucking tired, mate. Every response to this, there's thousands of quote tweets, thousands of comments, and they're all like, Elmo, it ain't good. It ain't good, Elmo. And then Elmo tweeted this today. Wow. Elmo is glad he asked. Elmo learned it. It is important to ask a friend how they are doing. Elmo will check in again soon, friends. Elmo loves you. Hashtag emotional well-being. And then Elmo sent in the Avengers. All the Sesame Street characters came in and got involved. Bert, I'm here if you ever need a shoulder to lean on. I'll make us both a warm cup of tea. Hashtag emotional well-being. And then Ernie said, I don't remember the rest of the voices. If you ever need some cheering up, let me know. I love making others smile. Hashtag emotional well-being. Like they're all quote tweeting Elmo's quote. And then Oscar the Grouch said, I'm not great at listening to others share their big feelings, but my worm Slimy is. You should talk with him if you ever need to chat. And then Grover. Wait, what's Grover's voice? Oscar said, shut the fuck up. That's the most that we can get. That's the sweetest Oscar the Grouch will ever be. You know what's funny? Oscar the Grouch probably took one look at Twitter, was like, man, I call myself Oscar the Grouch. Sheesh. I'm sunshine and rainbows compared to this. It sounds like, okay, so kind of, I, Grover, am here to be a good listener whenever you need it. Hashtag emotional well-being. Snuffleupagus. Okay, what's Snuffleupagus's voice? I love being a Snuffleupagus. I don't know, I'm just making that up. Because I have huge ears that are made to listen to you share your feelings. Are they all just the same voice? Are they all just nasally? It's Stuffy. I love being a Snuffleupagus because I have huge ears that are made to listen to you share your feelings. Not the Kraken voice. Oh, man. Elmo saw like 50K trauma dumps in one day and got the whole squad coming together like the damn mental health Avengers. This absolute freak still remains silent, though. Yeah, because he's a fucking serial killer. Me here to talk it out whenever you want. Me, oh wait, no, I know his voice. Me here to talk it out whatever you want. Me will also supply cookie. Hashtag emotional well-being. Oh man, this honestly could not have come at a better time. Elmo and the Sesame Street squad. We needed this.
Hi there, I'm Bert.
And I'm Ernie.
Wait, you know what my favorite hold on before we watch that. My favorite This is something that I watch. This short little video. This short little video I watch all the time.
Oh, Mr. Williams,
Elmo.
what are you going to do with that stick?
Oh, there's lots of things you can do with this stick, Elmo.
Hey, maybe you can be playing hockey with it, like.
Yeah, I've been a goalie now for about 3 years, and it hasn't affected me.
Maybe it could be like.
A baton. There you are, conducting a full orchestra. Thank you, Madonna, for that lovely lingerie melody. I better go back. We'll never be able to do that. I realize.
Or it could be a cane.
Well, Nancy and I are just happy to be here.
Or you can play Pinocchio, the home game. I have 2 Academy Awards, Elmo. Stuff like that, you know, Elmo. Just simple things. Yeah.
Whoa.
And you know, I told you I'm gonna do with this stick.
What?
I'm gonna give it to you.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Robbins.
Mr. Robbins? Taking the stick back, Elmo.
Oh my god.
I only had 3 lines!
This video just this is something where it warms your heart and then it devastates you at the same time. Like, it makes you smile, it makes you laugh, it makes you happy, and then your heart is ripped out again. Yeah, the void. It is the void. God, no one was like Robin Williams. Nobody was like him. Mr. Robbins! Mr. Robbins? Taking the stick back, Elmo. I just like, Elmo, has anyone asked how you're doing? Who would have thought if you were in the past traveling to the future, seeing that everything would be a dumpster fire and Elmo would go on Twitter and go, "How's everybody doing?" It's just tens of thousands of responses of people who are not okay. Trauma dumping on Elmo. Wow. Elmo is glad he asked. Elmo learned it's important to ask a friend how they're doing. You want to know what's fun? You want to know something though? I saw this and I texted Milena because I haven't talked to her since last month, and I literally saw this. And I read it's important to ask a friend how they're doing, and I was like, you know what? I need to check in with Melina to see how she's doing. So thank you, Elmo. Thank you. And Cutie and I are going dress shopping tomorrow. This is all because of Elmo. This just hits too hard. Does Elmo have some kind of... Elmo needs to have a trauma dump hotline. For reals. That would be incredible. HMGB, thank you for the 8 months. It is a good reminder. Just, yes, did not expect Elmo to get onto this hell site in the middle of like every day, wake up, see what heinous, horrible crimes against humanity have been committed with impunity, our government running defense, mainstream media not covering it, and then go about your day. So really, Elmo could not have come in. He couldn't have come in a time when we needed him more. I'm going to do the same thing with my friends. Exactly. Look. Check in on your friends, okay? Check in on your friends. Elmo told you to. Don't let Elmo down. Elmo loves you. He's not the hero we wanted, but he's the hero we deserve. Oh, look at his little toy. One of the worst things about working at Toys R Us was having to listen to Elmo sing, "Baby, you can drive my car." No way. Baby, you can drive my car. Yeah, I think that would have caused me to be homicidal against Elmo. I do a check-in a day with my friends every Wednesday. That's cute. That's really cute. Because the thing is, too, you know what? I think the more you do check-ins, then the less... Like, sometimes when you haven't talked to a friend in a while, and then you see them calling, you're like, oh, God, this is going to be a long conversation. Or then you call, and they probably feel the same thing. It's easier to just do these little check-ins, you know? Checking in, saying hi. You don't have to have a whole ass conversation. Yes, Positivity Tuesday. Exactly. Yep. So, Big Bird has responded. Oh, Big Bird has responded. I just called him a serial killer. I'm big again. Oh, fuck, what is his? I'm big again. No, I can hear his voice in my head.
Big Bird, today you'll be taking a lie detector test.
Oh, great! What's a lie detector test?
This is the first video I clicked on. Not helping the serial killer allegations.
I'll be asking you a series of questions, and we have a few guest interviewers here to help.
What is this?
Oh, hi, Elmo. Hi, Cookie Monster.
Hey, Big Bird.
Hi, Abby.
Good luck.
Okay.
Oh,
What
okay,
is
thank
this?
you.
We'll set you free.
Okay, I don't know what that means, but all right.
Is your real name Big Bird?
Me? I thought you were talking to Barry. Yes, my name's Big Bird.
Do you live on Sesame Street?
Yes, I do.
Are you ready to take this lie detector test?
Sure, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Let's get started. How's he doing so far, Barry?
Big Bird,
Just perfect.
have you ever
8'2".
murdered anybody?
Pretty tall, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
You ever been asked to model?
No. But I've been asked to reach things on high shelves.
Do you often get asked to play basketball?
No, not really.
Do you think you'd be good at basketball if you played?
Oh, gee, I guess if I practice a lot, I might get better at it. I might get good, yeah.
This is like those remake, Winnie the Pooh. What is it? Blood and Honey?
Do you think you'd be better at basketball
Lying
than
through
this
his
man,
fucking beak.
Larry Bird?
I don't know. Looks like he's actually maybe a basketball player. So I'm gonna go with, this bird's better.
Do you ever Google yourself, Big Bird?
Where were you on
No.
January 6th, Big
I don't
Bird?
even know what that means.
But you do have a Twitter, right?
Oh, yeah, I like to tweet.
You ever check your Twitter DMs?
Oh, what's that?
I like to tweet.
I guess that's a no.
No, I guess not. Maybe I'm not doing it right.
You were named a living legend by the United States Library of Congress. Are there any perks to being a living legend?
Gee, if there are. I haven't gotten any.
Do you ever get to hang out with this living legend? John Legend?
These questions.
Yeah, I know John. Sure, we've done a song together.
It sounds
What
so
song?
sinister because of the music.
Gee, I don't remember the name. Barry, do you know the
Like,
name
or
of
the
song?
background.
I listen to the answers. I don't answer them.
Ask him the real
I'm not sure I
questions.
believe him. Maybe we should do the lie detector test on Barry.
Krista,
When
thank you for the
Ariana Grande's
gifted.
song Thank You Next came out, you tweeted, "Thank you, Nest."
Oh, yep, I think that was a typo.
So are you an Ariana Grande fan?
Oh, sure, she seems really nice.
Is that true, Barry?
Everything so far is
Where is the body,
Wish
Big
Ariana
Bird?
would visit Sesame Street?
Oh, she's welcome anytime.
You interned at Funny or Die in 2015?
Mm-hmm.
Would you ever consider interning at Vanity Fair?
Oh, sure. What do you have?
There's a couple openings.
Oh, good, like what?
For example, writing about the White House.
Oh, I like colors, so I could write about any color house you'd like.
What do you think about Nicki
Sesame Street's
Minaj?
in New York City, right?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
So you ever take the subway?
I have.
Do you
but
condom
I have to
hummus,
really
Big Bird?
I have to duck really low and have to sit in the subway like this. You too, huh, Barry?
Oh, yes.
You've been 6 years old for 50 years, right?
Well, I'm not very good at math, but I guess that's right, yes.
Do you have any
Why were you on that
skincare
island,
secrets? Or?
Big Bird?
Any skincare secrets? Well, I mean, I'm a bird, so I molt, but I don't know, it just kind of happens.
Well, thanks for your honesty. Now we're going to have some of your friends ask you some questions.
Oh, goody!
Is the dress gold or blue?
Hi, Bird.
Oh, hi, Cookie Monster!
What you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
Be good. What you got on there?
I have no idea. But Barry put it on me, and he's very nice, so I guess it's okay.
Hi, Barry.
Barry, that's Cookie Monster.
Yeah, hi. So nice to meet you. Good to see you. Good to see you.
I love
We
Cookie
going to
Monster.
ask you some questions.
Oh, goody!
Okay. Boy. We got to think a question. You live in Big Nest, right?
I do.
Did you make said nest yourself?
Yes, I did make my nest, yes.
Wow. We always wondered about that.
It's safe for Cookie.
Oh, Cookie Monster?
Yeah.
Where do you live?
Me live in an apartment.
Oh. Did you make the apartment yourself?
No, me just moved in years ago, but did rent control.
Oh, that's
So
nice.
me hope me not going anywhere.
That's pretty good.
Me been there since the 60s.
Really?
Me no can sublet it.
No, I wouldn't do that. I don't know what it means, but I wouldn't do it.
Wow, rent controlled apartment.
Checking that camera. Hi.
Like,
Oh, me got question.
okay.
You live near Oscar the Grouch, right?
This is so silly.
You say he a good neighbor.
Well, he's a grouchy neighbor. Does that count?
Me like it. Very good.
Truthful answer.
Terrific. Have you ever thought of asking Oscar to clean up the garbage can?
No, not really. I mean, that's what Oscar likes. He likes his trash, and I mean, he loves his trash.
Yeah.
I would never ask him to clean it up.
Big Bird,
Yes, Cookie Monster.
would you say that you love birdseed more than me love cookies?
That's hard.
Cookie
to say.
Monster with the real
I mean, I
question.
sure do love birdseed, and I know that you love cookies. Oh, hey, Cookie Monster.
Yeah,
Have you ever tried a birdseed cookie?
me have.
They're good, right?
Me
have.
like them?
I do. I like them a lot.
Let's go get one of them.
Okay, let's.
Oh, you strapped in there.
Well,
You know
maybe
what,
get
when
one
you-
for me.
Barry, whenever he go, maybe all three of us. You like birdseed cookies? Oh, I love them.
They're really good.
The three of us. Gonna get
Answer the
birdseed.
question, Bird.
Hi, Big Bird.
Hi, Elmo. Hi, Abby. This is Barry.
Hi, Barry. Oh, hi,
Barry, this is Elmo.
Barry, what in
And
the
Abby.
world is going on?
I need the dark version of this.
What's happening?
I like your tie, Barry.
Oh, thank you so much.
It's very fashionable. It's nice.
That was true, by the way.
So what is this, a lie detector test? What should we do, Barry?
You are going to ask the question.
Yeah, Meat Canyon.
The question.
Please.
I'm gonna answer the questions.
Oh,
Do you have any questions for me?
questions? Okay. Who's your best friend?
Snuffy.
Oh. I was gonna say, okay. Who really is your best friend?
Snuffy.
Oh.
Mr. Snuffleupagus is my best friend.
Oh. Okay. That's a little awkward. Abby, your turn.
Is it?
Okay. Big Bird.
Yes,
Other
Abby?
than Snuffy, who are your other best friends?
Oh, Elmo and Abby. That's easy. Barry.
That's true. Very, very true.
Yeah, you're my friend too, right?
Oh, we can be friends.
Yes.
This
And
is
Barry's-
this
you know
is
what?
gay best friend and lesbian best friend
Play with
coded.
Barry.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Barry,
Love it. Absolutely.
do you know the alphabet?
Hey, Big Bird. Would
what?
you say hopscotch is your favorite game? That's a good question.
No, I don't think hopscotch is my favorite game, no.
Barry, is that true?
Everything he has said so far is absolutely true.
Okay, I
This is
got
like the
Okay, go ahead.
Oppenheimer hearing.
it. What is your favorite game?
Oh, I love tag.
That's good. That's a good. That's true. Yeah. So now we know. Okay, so Elmo has a question.
Okay, Elmo.
You performed "Feeling Good" by Michael Bublé on Lip Sync Battle. Yes. Is that a question?
Oh, is it a question?
Is that true?
I did.
Okay, very good. That's almost question. He concurred it. He what? It's called
You were there with me, Elmo. Remember we did, I Got a Feeling.
Yeah, that's true. Correct. That's right. Would you say you have lots of feelings, Big Bird?
Sure. Don't we all have lots of feelings?
Would you say that you're emotional?
Emotional?
Are you an emotional bird? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I have feelings. Sometimes I feel happy. Sometimes I
An
feel
emotional bird.
And that's just what being a bird is all about, right?
Beautiful. I love that. Was beautiful. I love that. That was beautiful. It's making me emotional. Sometimes
didn't mean to.
Big Bird's emotional.
It's making me sad.
The serial killer
It's gonna be okay.
allegations,
Okay.
they're still there.
Okay, Big Bird.
What?
Remember when we had a sleepover? Do I snore?
Yeah, you do snore a little bit, but it's very cute and it's like little.
Like, snore?
It's very cute, right?
How many
Elmo,
puppets
were
have you
right?
killed?
I just was wondering. I didn't know it snored. Okay, last question. There's a hard-hitting question.
Okay, hit me with it.
You like candy?
I do like candy.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Big Bird.
Thank
You
you.
like candy?
You win.
Everything he has said
I believed
so far
everything
is
he said.
absolutely
Can I get unhooked from this thing now? It's a little tight.
Barry, did he pass?
That was the most truthful session I've ever had in all the time I've been doing this.
You could say, get ready for this, you could say he passed with flying colors.
Except I can't fly.
You know, it's
That should be noted. I can't fly.
That's really good.
Big Bird, are you gay?
It's true.
It's so sweet.
Hey, you know what? I have to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I'm a dear.
That's true.
I went.
It is true, I know. Can I get unhooked from this thing?
Actually went just now. It's the weirdest thing we've ever done.
I need a meat cannon version of this where it's extremely dark. Big Bird, who shot Tupac? Sorry, that was a little detour because I was trying to figure out what Big Bird's voice sounded like, and then I randomly clicked on that video. Okay. Check in on your friends. Don't disappoint Elmo. All right. Y'all are asking me if I saw this. Yes, I did. Yes. I saw the Mayim Bialik video, and I was contemplating making you guys watch it or not. I didn't know if I wanted to ruin your day, if you were having a great one, or make your day worse. If you're already having a shitty day. Big Bird interview by Z. Okay. All right. So, I don't know if y'all saw that, but after, in the throes of Nicki Minaj's breakdown, Z-Way tweeted, was like, Nicki Minaj, you would be an absolutely iconic guest. And I just feel like enough, girl. Okay. George Santos called you out. He got your fucking number. And here we are again. It's enough. You know, like the shtick, it's just not really working after George Santos. Enough. Yeah. And the thing is that pretty much all the responses I saw to her tweet were exactly that. It was people being like, nope, no Z-Way, this ain't it, girl, cringe, George Santos called you for what you are. Z-Way, go back to interviewing liberal. Yes, exactly. What did Santos say? Santos was basically like, you will not have me on your little programs, and you need me here because, like, I am content and you know it, and that's why you bring me onto these things. Like, he had her with that, and she kind of just moved on. Like, she wasn't even able to get one up on him after he said that because it was so true. Yes, she asked what it would take to make him disappear. Yes. She was like, what will it take to make you disappear? And he was like, I'm not disappearing because you all keep inviting me on these things because you need me. I'm content. Yeah. So anyway, when she tweeted that about Nicki, people were like, nah, girl, nah, enough platforming of these terrible people because, like, you don't have the capability of actually coming out on top. You know, of having a point to it other than giving them a platform. He's like, yes. And then he said, just stop inviting me then. Stop inviting me. Put Big Bird on Eric Andre. Yes. Put Big Bird on Eric Andre. All right. I gotta grab some water. And then I want to talk about this. I don't know if I'm gonna make you guys watch it. It's incredibly painful to watch. Oh boy. Did anybody ever watch Big Bang Theory? Which was the most popular show when it was running. Middle America loved Big Bang Theory. Well, anyway, that is where a lot of people know Mayim Bialik. She was nominated for multiple Emmys. That show was nominated. People on that show was were nominated and won Emmys. She's also from yes. Yeah, I mean she's been around for a minute. But anyway, if you didn't know who she was before, you've probably seen her, since she is a massive Zionist and does incredibly cringe shit online. Like this. This is a video that she posted. And again, like, I don't even want to put the volume on because it will make you reel from embarrassment. But this is her caption. This is her tweet. Remixing. What does that mean? Remixing my reaction to Stand Up Dan because it was making me laugh so hard. I thought you should see how hard I was laughing, and maybe you need a laugh from Dan Adut too. Yes, because if there's one thing that I definitely need, as there is an ongoing humanitarian crisis and genocide in Gaza, it's to laugh at Zionist comedy, stand up. That's exactly what I'm looking for here. So, okay, here's my question. And actually I have multiple questions. Did she did she like watch this and then record herself and then stitch this together? Because it's very clear. Let me just have you listen to some of her laughter.
When I say that in 1948 there was a UN partition plan giving a separate state
I can't even listen to this. And I'm sorry, but like that's not real. This is so fake. This does not look like someone who's really laughing. This feels so forced. Why is she already laughing? Right. He literally goes, okay, this is how he starts off. And she already starts laughing.
They're awful. Because Jews like to convince you with a bunch of facts and minutia, rather than just sticking to a catchy tune, right? They're like, okay, guys, we're going to do one of those chants, okay? It goes, when I say X, you say Y. X, Y, X, Y. Okay, here we go. When I say that in 1948 there was a UN...
She's already laughing. I'm sorry, but I don't know really any stand-up comedy where they begin the bit and you're already dying laughing. It really, okay, and it makes me, I mean, we already know what Zionist comedy is like, and it's some of the worst that exists. Remixing is what Instagram calls duets. Okay, got it. Understood. The setup is just so funny. Yes, the bad Brooklyn Jewish accent. Why'd you show? I know. I am not making you watch the whole clip though. It is 2 minutes of it. But I'm pointing this out because yet again, I think it is so telling in moments or in tweets like this, in posts like this, how Zionists actually lack an ability to truly understand comedy. You know, like all of the Zionist comedy that I've seen, it's like MAGA comedy. That's what it reminds me of. Zionist comedy reminds me of MAGA comedy, where it's from a just comedic standpoint. I don't even mean like, put your personal and political feelings into it. It's not good. It's really, really bad. And secondly, do people like Mayim and Eve Fartlow and all of these Zionists who just can't shut the fuck up, do they feel an ounce of embarrassment ever? Like when they see themselves getting absolutely cooked? Is there any sense of shame that this is an incredibly embarrassing thing to do no matter what? No matter what, okay? You take out the context of it. You take out the context of her posting this, laughing about this stuff as I think there's now over 10,000 dead children. I think those numbers are correct. And just a worsening crisis that 2 million people are facing. You take that out, and this is just embarrassing on its own. Like, can you imagine if I watched a clip of stand-up and recorded myself laughing to it and was like, ugh, I just thought you guys should see how hard I was laughing at this. Oh, the righteousness shields them. I just, well, it's always the people doing the most embarrassing things who have the absolute most depraved politics and ethics. Zero self-awareness. Yeah, I guess so. But you know what I'm saying? Where like if you even just take out the political part of this and just all the the morality, and simply look at it from an Emmy Award comedic actress posting this spliced video of her laughing like this to a comedy routine, I die. I didn't think it could get more embarrassing than being on Big Bang Theory. Oh, yes, right? But it can. And yes, and we say this as leftists, who it's like leftist means no jokes. Yeah, we're masters of being cringe and unfunny. We know what we're talking about. My honest take, I think there's some collective psychosis or something here, and they need this very weird, abhorrently inappropriate humor and dancing and EDM to take the edge off of the existential terror of what they're involved in. Yeah, collective psychosis. It's gotta be. It really is. Like, I don't know. I try to put myself in their mindset and like looking at this from, okay, if I believed these things, would I act this way? But the thing is that no. Not no. Like, this is still unbelievably fucking embarrassing. Did you say this is an actress? Yes, this is an Emmy-nominated actress who was hosting Jeopardy, and then, to Jeopardy fans' delight, has been removed. Not because of her Zionism. She also has a degree in neurology. She's got no excuses for her lunacy. Oh, yeah. I mean, she's 48 years old as well. 48 years old. Yikes. Absolute yikes. My skin has been cleared since she left Jeopardy. Yes, shout out to a good Big Bang Theory cast member. This is Simon Helberg. He was also in Big Bang Theory. Signed the ceasefire letter and was great in the... This is so funny. He signed the ceasefire letter and was great in the 2021 surrealist musical Annette. He signed the ceasefire letter, and he was great in the 2021 surrealist musical Annette. Both very important, yeah. Serious business. Thank you for the prime. If she acts, why is her laugh so unconvincing? That's a very good question. Why, as an Emmy-nominated comedic actress, is she not selling this at all? At all. And that's why I'm wondering, like, do they actually find this stuff really funny? Or are they kind of, I don't know. I don't think they're pretending. Or is she just a bad actress? Maybe I'm thinking too much into it. And it's simply because she's used to the laugh track style. She was like, oh, I spent years and years working on a show where I didn't watch Big Bang Theory, but I was reading about the laugh track of Big Bang Theory, and apparently it is specifically horrible. Like, a lot of people complain about laugh tracks, and there are tons and tons of stitches of shows, like videos of shows where the laugh track has been removed, and you realize like how much they rely on the laugh track, how much a lot of sitcoms really, really rely on a laugh track. But apparently the laugh track of Big Bang Theory was extra bad. Like, as far as laugh tracks go, it was one of the worst. Incredibly canned, yes. Yeah, it's like very it's like very minute sometimes with no jokes. Yes. It'll just be, you know, there's dead air because that's where the laugh track goes in. But the joke before the dead air is really not very funny at all. Like, the writing is just really bad. Like, it's truly not funny. She graduated from the Gal Gadot School of Acting. Yeah, do you know what's going to be interesting? The PR tour for Snow White, the new Snow White movie that Rachel Zegler and Gal Gadot are starring in, because Rachel Zegler has come out in support of a ceasefire, in support of Palestine, and Gal Gadot, well, need anything be said on her? I would just love to see that. I would just love to see something go down there. Like, I would love to be an interviewer on a red carpet with the two of them and be like, so, I have a question. Mayim's character was made to be like Jim Parsons' character, but then they made her repressed and horny. That was more or less her character. Oh. Great. What I will say is Big Bang Theory was not a show for me. I'm not really a sitcom watcher in the first place, and I've seen a couple episodes of Big Bang Theory because I took a writing class years ago. And they made us watch an episode. And then every time I would be in a doctor's office or something, Big Bang Theory would always be playing. And it just never seemed like a show that I would like, even if I did like sitcoms. There's a scene where she comes in public just from touching a hot guy's hand. Oh, okay. So she's used to embarrassment. Got it. So maybe she actually was not acting on Big Bang Theory. Maybe she's just or she's going method here. I just always remember Big Bang Theory, like the couple episodes I had seen, it was basically, I'm a nerd and this is a hot girl. Oh, I'm going to act awkward because she's hot and I'm a nerd. Can someone confirm? Bazinga. And my name is Sheldon, and I'm going to speak really quickly because this is me playing a character who has autism or whatever. So this is how I'm going to behave. I'd fit right into the writer's room. Great. Also, hot girls are dumb. Yes. Hot girls are dumb, but they will be drawn to us because we are smart. Oh God, here's an example of the no laugh track.
Nothing makes beer taste better than cool, clear Rocky Mountain spring water. Where are the Rocky Mountains anyway?
Philadelphia.
Really? I thought they were out west someplace.
Think about it, Raj. Where did the movie Rocky take place?
Philadelphia. Okay, now I get it.
So this is the plan? From now on, we're just gonna hide out in here to avoid the shamey?
I'm very comfortable here. Penny dear, why don't you shoot another silver bullet my way?
Get one yourself.
Ooh, somebody's been taking bitchy pills.
Oh, God.
He's an ass when he drinks.
Well, he's an ass when he doesn't. You just don't hear it.
I think we need to start entertaining the possibility that the shamey could go on for years.
Well, if that's the case, Penny will have to get satellite TV and maybe once a week want to vacuum through this place.
I thought you were gonna talk to Sheldon.
Well, I did.
Well, what did he say?
Well, he pointed out that he kind of sort of had a put up with you.
Kind of, sort of, had a?
Well, I didn't agree with him.
Well, you defended me, right?
I tried. He made a fairly well-reasoned argument.
You're not doing that right.
What?
Gimme.
No!
Trust me. I do this for my mom all the time. See? With the grain.
Wow, that is better.
Someday, when you have varicose veins, I'll show you how to massage them.
Oh my God. Oh God. This is 5 million views. Due to my hatred for the television show The Big Bang Theory, I expose how unfunny the show actually is when you take out the laugh track. Enjoy. I do not own The Big Bang Theory. Please don't sue me. This is meant as a joke. Oof. Well, see, I told you. Hearing the audience being cut off occasionally gives me the impression that they're being held at gunpoint not to laugh. So Big Bang Theory without a laugh track is our next React arc. That clip felt so long, and that was less than 2 minutes. But it felt much longer than that. Yeah, so that is a show that Mayim Bialik was on, and now she is now her job is going onto Twitter and posting the most embarrassing things that she can post and being just an absolutely soulless piece of shit human. That clip is taking it easy. Yes, that's true. A lot are creepy without the laughs. Right. Because like I said, isn't the whole thing like, we're nerds, but we love like hot women. And then hot women are like, wow, they're nerds. But honestly, I kind of get along with them better than I do other people. But my role is going to be as the hot woman who's just constantly rolling my eyes at the weird things that they say. And then you have Mayim Bialik's character who's like, I'm not a hot woman and extremely horny. It's the most basic science. Yes. Well, look, this show appealed to middle America. That's why it was so popular. This was one of those shows when you would go, who is watching this to make this the most watched show? Well, a lot of people. Yes, including probably many of your parents. Elmo. Okay. Meat Canyon has a video on it. I need Meat Canyon to make a video of I need him to make a video of the Sesame Street characters interrogating Big Bird for being a serial killer. I need it. Mayim wrote a book in 2012 about attachment parenting. Oh, she seems like she would be such an annoying parent. Like, I am glad she is not my mom. I am the opposite. I am the opposite of I wish I was your mother. And that I am glad she's not my mother. Vladimir Putin, I wish I was your mother. All right, so let's talk about this. Netflix's live action Avatar series took out how sexist Sokka was in the original. A lot of moments in the animated show were iffy. When Avatar: The Last Airbender makes its live-action debut on Netflix next month, Sokka's sexism will be toned down considerably. In an interview with Entertainment Weekly, cast members Kyo and Teo and Ian Owsley informed fans that Sokka's sexism... Is that Sokka? Sokka. Sorry, I have never seen Avatar. Sokka's sexism was discussed during the live-action show's development and was deliberately cut away as it had no place in the new remake. There's more weight with realism in every way. I feel like we also took out the element of how sexist Sokka was. I feel like there were a lot of moments in the original show that were iffy. Okay, I'm going to give you my thoughts on this in a sec. Yeah, okay, Owsley agreed. There are things that were redirected just because it might play a little differently in live action. As Entertainment Weekly notes, there are entire Reddit threads about Sokka's sexism, discussing how the original Sokka, prior to his character journey, would make remarks like, girls are better at fixing pants than guys, and guys are better at hunting and fighting. Sokka's sexism won't be the only difference Avatar fans see in Netflix's The Last Airbender. Showrunner Albert Kim previously said the show does not begin the same way that the animated series does. The live-action series will also show the genocide of the Airbender people and the rise of the Fire Nation, which was only alluded to in the animated series. LMAO Reddit. That was a conscious decision to show people this is not the animated series. We had to sometimes unravel storylines and remix them in a new way to make sense for serialized drama. So I'm very curious to see what'll happen in terms of reaction to that. Avatar: The Last Airbender creators Brian Konietzko and Michael Dante DiMartino spent 2 years developing the live-action adaptation for Netflix before they shocked fans by announcing their exit due to creative differences, which left Kim as the sole showrunner. He recently told Entertainment Weekly that it was absolutely daunting to stick with the show without them. You'd have to be an idiot not to be intimidated a little bit, Kim said. My first reaction after hell yeah was, holy shit, do I really want to do this? Is there a way to improve upon the original? Whenever you tackle something that's already beloved by millions of fans, you have to ask yourself those questions. Okay. So here are my thoughts. I don't know anything about Avatar, but it doesn't matter because me learning that they have changed this character, who I know is a big character in Avatar, to take out a part of his character that is negative, and that is that he is sexist. But that is part of his growth, part of his character arc, for him to learn from his initial sexism. And like, I don't have to know anything about Avatar to know that this is a really, really, really bad move. And I'm worried because I feel like this isn't the first time we're seeing something like this, where characters are being changed so that they no longer have these flaws that are pretty central to their character and therefore to their growth. And I'm wondering, like, who's deciding that this is necessary? Like, is this there's no way this can be coming from fans. I mean, are we in a situation where people are conflating a character with the person who created it and think that, like, simply because you are showing a character who has these flaws, these negative, beliefs, these things about them that are not good, and that is somehow the creator of that character promoting those things, and I'm so confused why we're doing this. We can't be removing the problematic aspects from characters because those aspects are problematic. Good writing will have problematic characters, but will have them be more than those problems that they have. More than those, those initial character problems. And that's where the character arc comes in. That's where the journey comes in. Like, that's common sense. And you cannot depict for movies and television, you can't depict people from this world. You can't depict society and not have problematic characters and not have flaws. That's insane. What are we doing here? And also, you're okay with showing genocide, but you're not okay with showing sexism? Like, who in their right mind would think, oh, this character who's sexist, the creators are showing this character as sexist because they're also sexist and think this is a good thing, and that's why they're promoting sexism via this character. That doesn't make any fucking sense. I think it's because he's meant to be a good guy. There's like, right, but like, have they forgotten about the anti-hero, or have they forgotten about how many, how many good guy characters in fiction there are who started off problematic and like had to overcome those things? Okay, here's an example that just quickly comes to mind. Look at Shang from Mulan, okay? Shang is incredible, but he is also sexist. He also has these like backward Chinese beliefs about what women can or cannot do. And so when he discovers that Mulan is a woman, but then he doesn't kill her, a life for a life, my debt is repaid. And then she goes down to the Emperor's palace to try to warn them, and he's ignoring Mulan. But then he realizes that like he's a fucking idiot, and she's a better warrior than he is. Our Viking at the end. Okay, that was just one example though. Literally one example that came to mind. And that is essential though. Like, can you imagine redoing Mulan? Shang finds out she's a woman and is like, oh, excellent. I think women are just as strong as men. I think women can do everything that men can do. Come along, Mulan. We're gonna go see the Emperor. Roll credits. This is okay, so again, I'm legitimately asking the question. Where is this coming from? Because I'm not in fandoms. I'm not on Reddit. I don't know if it's readers and viewers who are doing the harassment of creators of fiction for having problematic characters, so that in a situation like this, where they are making a live action of an incredibly popular series, they are worried about the response to having a problematic character who's supposed to, like, I don't know if it's at the start or how he ends up, but is supposed to be a good guy. Avatar has gone woke. This is me saying Avatar's gone woke. This is woke Hollywood. Lived up C-suite, exact right, but I'm saying that like that has to be coming from somewhere though. It's like they are responding to what they think. Like this is how I picture it. They're responding to either focus groups or what fans of Avatar have criticized. And like this isn't just executives going, we're gonna totally take this out. I don't think it's 100% coming from that. I think they're doing that because they think that they will be hurt if they don't do something like that. There's more weight with realism in every way. I feel like we took out the element of how sexist Sokka was. I feel like there were a lot of moments in the original show that were iffy. Okay. I just like what does that mean? What does iffy mean? Now, if you have a situation where like you're adapting something that is from an era, from a bygone era where yes, problematic characters are treated as heroes, but because those things were acceptable in society at the time. Do you know what I mean? There's a difference there. There's a difference there between somebody who has growth as a character and is able to look past their, you know, their blinders and, you know, and grow from this person they once were. And then someone who you know, someone whose growth is not related to them being problematic because those things were acceptable in society at the time. So like that is a, you know, that is a challenge that someone who is adapting IP from an era, from a bygone era where, you know, it was just not as there were things that are just not acceptable today that were acceptable then, so those characters weren't considered problematic. Do you know what I mean? Right? Like it wasn't a part of the story, that's just how it went. But in here, it seems like this is part of the story. That this is a crucial part of this character and of the story. And so in taking it out, they're like, they're just, I don't know. They're like whitewashing it. Yep, media literacy is dead. I see so many Zoomer takes that think writing a bad character equals endorsing their actions. Exactly. So I'm saying that there's a lot of problems here, okay? We've got that. We've got media literacy being dead. We've got this conflation between a problematic character with an endorsement of those, you know, those problematic aspects. And then we've got executives who are terrified. And so they are making these really bizarre, bad decisions in regards to adaptations. It's probably one of the reasons that creators walked from this. Yes, I'm curious as to know more about why they left the project. Sokka is 15 and is growing up in an indigenous patriarchal tribe. Why wouldn't he be? Yeah, no, it's like I said, you don't have to know. You don't have to have watched all of Avatar to understand that this is really, really a bad decision. Really bad. I would assume that the creator of the series left because of this, since the reason cited was creative differences. That's usually a kind of blanketed general phrase for the executives wanted something that the creator thought was incredibly, incredibly bad to the point that it would ruin the show. And the creator not wanting to be associated with that. Like, it takes a lot. Let me just say, it takes a lot for a showrunner to walk away from a project, especially one that's this big. So I guarantee you that this had to have been a part of it. Because as a showrunner, as writers, you understand that executives are going to come in and have their ideas, and most of the time they're bad. And unfortunately, just because of the way things work in the industry, you just kind of have to suck it up and, you know, take the ideas that you think won't completely destroy the project, and other ones try to cleverly find a way around it. Like, so much of what writers do is take notes from executives and then try to find ways to make it seem like they've implemented the notes, but they haven't because they're really bad. Like, that's just the truth of it. So this creator walking away, the original creator's walking away, is a bad sign. The actor who plays Sokka basically scammed his way into an indigenous role, but somehow it's Sokka's character arc. That's the... Oh my god. Yeah, I didn't even know that. Wait a sec. See, this is them totally missing the mark. Like, why would you not hire an actual indigenous actor? Well, he's... Okay, let's see. He says he's part Cherokee. I feel like any actor who goes, "Oh yeah, I'm part Native American," if there's an indigenous Native American or Native American role, execs will be like, "Good enough." They'll be like, "Yep." When it kind of sometimes, I don't mean specifically for this guy. I don't know who he is. I don't obviously know his ethnic background, but kind of feels like the Elizabeth Warren, you know? He's from a fake Cherokee tribe that's not recognized. Interesting. Okay. Like, I had this ex-friend from high school who she was... I know this because I remember she took a DNA test. She was less than 6% Native American. But over the years, and we lost touch, we don't talk. Over the years, she leaned into it, and both her and her sister claim themselves as Native American. And she went on to do Native American studies. She went on to do Native American studies and makes it like a part of her identity. And then her sister, who was on Broadway, there was an article on her, and it was how she was the first Puerto Rican Native American actress. These bitches are white. Let me just be clear about that, okay? Very white. They just like to use tanner. I'm 10% German, 14% Danish, 15% Norwegian, 7% exotic white bread. And like, look, I know that the percentages can get a little tricky, but what I mean is somebody who does not have ties to a culture, or, you know, they have a very small percentage, but because I don't know, we're kind of in this era where a lot of people who have spent their whole lives as white people are looking for something else, as there's multiple reasons to that. Some white people do that so that it can provide them cover. So if they get accused of being racist or being this or that, they can turn around and be like, actually, I'm Latina. There's that reason. Also, just wanting to, you know, to be more exotic, to not just say that you're white. Yep. I find it weird when people do percentages like, are you doing the blood drop rule but trying to be nice about it? Yes, percentages are strange. And look, and there are people too who don't have, don't have any percentage, but they were raised in a culture where they then identify with that culture and its customs. And all I will say is when I read this fucking article about my friend's sister calling her the first Puerto Rican and Native American actress, it made me so mad. And the reason, actress on Broadway, and the reason it made me my God. I mean, this is like the whole white passing thing is, I feel like it's a complicated, it's not that complicated, but people get real complicated about it because genetics are really weird. And sometimes, especially when you're mixed race, you can look, and if you're mixed with, something European, you can look more white or you can look less white. It can happen, in the same family. And your experience in a country like the United States of America will be different depending on how much whiter you look or not. And I've talked about this before where friends of mine or family members of mine who are half Chinese and half European, but look much more European, have much, the European genetics are stronger than the Chinese genetics, look way, way, way more white than I do. And so their experience being much more white passing, even though we have the same, we're 50-50, was incredibly different than mine. Genetics do be crazy. Absolutely. And so even if even having an ethnic background that is not white, if you are white passing, then your experience is going to be very different. I'm sorry, I can't listen to this song right now. Your experience is going to be very different than someone who is not white passing, even if you're in a situation where like you have more whatever part of your genetics, like let's say you're half black and someone else is a quarter black, quarter Chinese, whatever it is. Tons of examples you could use. I'm ethnically ambiguous enough that I get weird treatment at airports. Yeah, that's where you can always test it out, okay? That's where you really test out, that's where you really test out how white you are. Go to an airport. Why Jew 100? Thank you for the prime. Black people gatekeeping black much less than Asian people gatekeeping Asian. I don't quite know what you mean by that. But I think what happens is colorism is such a huge part of how we are perceived and then treated. And so, you can have two people who are fully black, but if one is lighter skinned than the other, the person who is lighter skinned most likely will be treated better and have just a more positive experience in society. Do you I'm not saying, when I said I don't know what you mean by that, I'm not saying you're wrong. I just truly don't know what you mean by that. Black people definitely gatekeep blackness as they should, but it gets pretty tricky for someone like me. And again, I think the explanation that I have is just when we talk about gatekeeping, I think it's people who are sensitive to if you have darker skin, if you are perceived to be more ethnic, then you are less likely to have less likely to have an as easy an experience as, not easy, that's not the right word. You are going to have a harder time than someone who is lighter or less ethnic appearing. It's definitely the fact that lighter mixed people get better treatment, better opportunities. It's frustrating. Yes, I mean, we talk about this with Hollywood all the time, where when they do hire an actor or an actress of color, how often that person is lighter skinned and, ethnically ambiguous. Like, Hollywood fucking loves to hire someone who's ethnically ambiguous if they're going to hire an ethnic actor, right? They love the ambiguous part. I mean, that was a big problem, as I remember, with Zoe Saldana. A lot of people were really pissed off that Zoe Saldana was hired to play Nina Simone. Nina Simone, and they made her skin darker. They darkened her skin rather than hire a darker skinned black actress. And I understand that. And she has apologized for playing Nina Simone because of how heavily this was criticized. You know, like, it's so rare. It's so rare that darker skinned actresses will get an opportunity, and here you have a biopic on Nina Simone, who was dark skinned. She wore a prosthetic nose and skin darkening makeup for the role. Simone's estate refused to endorse the film, and the late singer's daughter questioned the casting decision. In a new interview, Saldana said, "I should never have played Nina. I should have done everything in my power with the leverage that I had 10 years ago, which was a different leverage, but it was leverage nonetheless. I should have done everything in my power to cast a black woman to play an exceptionally perfect black woman. Every project, but not every project is for everybody." This is what Nina Simone's daughter said. And I know what my mother would think. I just don't get it. Wait, this has a 2% on Rotten Tomatoes? No frackin' way. And at the time, Zoe Saldana said, "Let me tell you, if Elizabeth Taylor can be Cleopatra, I can be Nina. I'm sorry, it doesn't matter how much backlash I will get for it. I will honor and respect my black community because that's who I am." But by the time of the film's release, Nina Simone's estate tweeted, "Please take Nina's name out of your mouth. For the rest of your life, hopefully people begin to understand this is painful, gut-wrenching, heartbreaking, nauseating, and soul-crushing." Yeah, really a bad decision. Wait, I need to check this Rotten Tomatoes score. It has a 2%. It actually has a 2%. Bottom line, there's too many people who try to discredit or co-opt an ethnic struggle at their convenience by claiming some minuscule, often hideable connections to some heritage, rather to undermine those who don't have the luxury of concealing. Yeah. 2%. God, I don't think I've seen a film rating that is that bad. That is horrifically bad. And it only made $22,000. Oh my God. I kind of wonder if Zoe would have said something if this film had done really well. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. But the film made $22,000 and it has a 2% on Rotten Tomatoes. People really loved this. Was there truth they wanted to cast Julia Roberts as Harriet Tubman? Where the fuck did you hear that? I'm sorry, I just have to laugh. I have to laugh. Wait a second. Wait. Oh my God. Harriet screenwriter reveals studio exec once suggested Julia Roberts to play Harriet Tubman. Oh my God. In a recent interview that's gone viral on social media, Howard was asked about the production history of the long gestating Tubman biopic, which became Harriet. The scribe said it was his first Hollywood assignment and that had been in development for 26 years. I wanted to turn Harriet Tubman's life, which I'd studied in college, into an action-adventure movie. The climate in Hollywood, however, was very different back then. I was told how one studio head said in a meeting, "This script is fantastic. Let's get Julia Roberts to play Harriet Tubman." When someone pointed out that Roberts couldn't be Harriet, the executive responded, "It was so long ago, no one is going to know the difference. This can't be real." Also, it wasn't that long ago. What are we talking about? And also, what? Holy shit. Okay, here's the thing. I know this, I said this can't be real, but if there's one thing I know about Hollywood, oh yes. Oh yes. This is the kind of stuff that gets said. I'll never forget when I had read this script. I don't know how it crossed my lap. I think I was working at Sony, whatever. It was great. It was by 2 Asian screenwriters. It was a thriller. They specifically had the lead as an Asian female. And it was like tied in to the script, okay? Her being Asian. And I found out that they had gotten the script picked up. I don't think it was Sony, but anyway, the executives for whatever studio bought the script wanted to change the lead character to be white. They're like, "I think she can be white." And the screenwriter was like, "No." The screenwriters were like, "No, she can't." Was it Emma Stone? It wasn't. It was not the movie Aloha. But it was one of those crazy things because to turn the lead character white, you would literally have to write a totally different script. And it also is just evidence of how few scripts there are. Because I talk all the time about how it's not just enough to have more Asian performers, more Asian writers, just writers and performers of color, but you need to have executives also. So it's not like all old white men who greenlight the projects. And so, that's why for decades we got very little diversity in who got to tell stories and who got to be in them. But then as things got more progressive and you still have old white men in charge, then it's going to be their ideas of what diversity looks like. And so here you have 2 Asian screenwriters who understand that there is an absolute dearth of opportunities for Asian performers. And so they write this script that specifically has an Asian woman in the lead, and the fucking old white male execs wanted to change her to a white woman. So I read something like this and I go, that's insane. But also, yeah, that definitely happened. That definitely happened. How did we start off here? Oh yeah, we were talking about this. Netflix's live action Avatar series. Terrible, terrible, terrible decision. Truly. Absolutely idiotic. And we just know, we know it's not going to be good. I just feel like that already. I mean, 1, because I don't trust Netflix in general. 2, I don't trust live action remakes. 3, doing this type of shit, that's not the way. It's just not, it's not the way to do storytelling. I don't know. Maybe it'll be really great and I'll take back what I said. But either way, whether it affects this project or not, this is not something that we should be doing. And people who are fans of fiction, please understand that problematic characters are not an endorsement from the creators of them. Sokka's just transphobic in this one instead. Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about... I just have to show you guys this because this warmed my heart. Bryan Cranston admits that he mistook James Corden for a waiter during first encounter in LA restaurant. Nature is healing. Yes. James Corden is reflecting on his failed attempt to break the ice with the Breaking Bad alum Bryan Cranston. During a Monday appearance on Today with Hoda and Jenna, the former Late Late Show with James Corden host and the Academy Award nominee shared a few stories during a game of Are James and Bryan Lying? Oh, the Today Show. As part of the game, Corden recalled the first time he and Cranston met in a Los Angeles restaurant when Cranston apparently mistook him for a waiter. My story is very emotional for me right now. For my story is the first time I ever met Bryan Cranston, which was a huge moment in my life. My wife and I, she was my girlfriend at the time. We'd gone to Los Angeles for the first time in our lives. Spent the entire morning watching season 2 of Breaking Bad. I go for lunch, and who walks in the restaurant but Bryan Cranston? To this day, I've never been as starstruck as I was in that moment. Did you go up and say hello to him? I went over and I said, Bryan! And I immediately said, and then Cranston interrupted and said, I immediately said, could I have some more coffee? Brilliant. Corden ended the story by which he told the hosts was true by explaining that he informed the fellow actor that he was an actor in the United Kingdom himself. I've been watching the show this morning. Your performance is incredible. And he said, thank you. Can I get a Diet Coke with no ice? You want to know why I love this? Because James Corden is famously an asshole to waitstaff. To really just service staff. Really anybody, actually. Besides people that he admires or like wants to be, you know, in their little circle. Yeah. And his family, he's an asshole to whole planes of people. Yes. So even though this was told as a lighthearted story, I am choosing to revel in James Corden getting mistaken for a waiter by Bryan Cranston, then him being like, no, I'm actually an actor too, and Bryan Cranston having no idea who he is. I think it's safe to assume if there's a wrong position on something, James Corden probably is on that side. So if you're like, didn't he say that, didn't he do that? Probably yes. Who do you save from a falling plane? Corden or Gervais? James Corden's... I have never found his comedy ever to be for me, so Gervais. I mean, I know Ricky Gervais just really is can be quite an asshole himself, but massive piece of shit. Both massive pieces of shit. But Gervais, at least, in my opinion, has comedic talent that James Corden doesn't have. Leave them and let the Lord sort it out. All right, let's talk about Erin Moriarty and Megyn Kelly. this up?
Erin Moriarty. And
I don't understand why this does this. What the heck? Here we go. Oh boy, this story. I know. I know. All right, let me run to the bathroom first. Wait, is this guy shitty? Graham O'Neill? Is he annoying? I haven't watched this clip. I just pulled this up. No, I know Michael Knowles. I know Michael Knowles sucks. These two suck. Wait, Graham O'Neill's the worst? Oh no. Wait, why is he the worst? Anybody? Anybody got anything, or is it just one of those, this guy sucks? Or are you talking about him? Who are you guys talking about? Are you talking about Graham O'Neill, or are you talking, this is him? It kind of seems like he just does pop culture things. Oh no, whatever. Well,
Erin Moriarty. And
we'll watch that. I'll be right back. Got one of my Scotcheroos. Delicious. Okay, let's start with let's start with the clip where these two bozos having a little conversation about plastic surgery. And they talk about Erin Moriarty.
And she's 29 years old. And she's a beautiful actress.
That's about where the positivity ends from Megyn Kelly in this segment, with the actress who stars in The Boys. As a result of Megyn's segment, where she criticizes, just putting it lightly, Erin's appearance.
All right, wait.
Erin is...
Actually, I don't want to watch that. I want the clip. Hold on. What the fuck?
Talk about it like you were disparaging it.
I have a theory.
There's this gal who starred in both of those. Her name is Erin Moriarty. And she's 29 years old. And she's a beautiful actress. But she's decided to completely change her face. This is a picture of her before, which I think was relatively recent, within the past year or so. Very beautiful girl. So beautiful that she was becoming a very famous Hollywood actress, put on camera and on screen and on multiple shows and movies. Now look at her. Look at that. She's got the Kim Kardashian lips. She's made her nose so skinny, it looks like a pencil now.
Okay. To be clear, this is not a year ago. It's not a year ago. All right. I will give you all my thoughts on this, but This is not a year ago.
She's got the Kim Kardashian lips. She's made her nose so skinny, it looks like a pencil now. She's got like what appear to me to be cheek implants. You know, you like huge, the cheekbones are like out to here. She look like a nice, beautiful, natural gal. And I'm sorry not to pick on this Moriarty gal, but this, like,
why does she keep saying gal?
More and more young women are doing this, Michael. It's not about an objection to plastic surgery. It's about an obsession with turning yourself into this fake version of yourself, into like truly like a Kim Kardashian disciple with the enormous lips and the teeny tiny nose and the huge overdone fillered cheeks. I don't know what's in there. And
you just said filler.
I find it like a sign of mental illness. It's extremely upsetting. It's a massive turnoff to me. I really want to get in the heads of these young girls and say, please don't do this. What do you make of it?
Don't have Megyn Kelly in your head.
It's not just an individual mental illness. It's actually a social illness. The reason that a beautiful girl would do something like this, and she's not the only one, is because we're living in hyper reality. This is a concept developed by the philosopher Baudrillard, expounded upon by a great Twitter account named Wokel Distance. I had him on my show not too long ago to talk about it. Hyperreality is the idea that, you know, back in the old, long time ago days, someone would go...
Okay, okay. All right. Every time he opens his mouth, you know it's about to be the most esoteric bullshit you've ever heard. God, I cannot stand him. I think something to point out too. The reason Megyn Kelly made sure to say I'm not against not against plastic surgery is because she's had work done. Okay. So she knows that she has to try to maintain a little distance here so that she doesn't come across as a hypocrite. That's why she says that. In case people start digging around and she's like, I never said I'm against plastic surgery, yada, yada, blah, blah, blah.
Go to a bush and pick a strawberry and eat the strawberry and say, oh, this strawberry is really, really good. But if you want an even more concentrated version of the strawberry flavor, you can squeeze it and make strawberry juice, right? And then if you want it to be even more intense than that, you could make a kind of a strawberry concentrate out of it. And then one day, a candy maker is going to come along, and he's going to say, you know, I think we're going to take this strawberry flavor, we're going to make strawberry ice cream out of it, or a strawberry gummy.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
Sorry, this man is talking about these women having the illness. What is bro yapping about? What is bro yapping about?
Right, we're going to get that flavor and we're going to make it into some kind of candy. And then, you know, we're going to make a Jolly Rancher out of the strawberry. And now, you know what? We're going to make a Jolly Rancher soda out of the strawberry Jolly Rancher, out of the candy, out of the concentrate, out of the juice of the strawberry. You get to the end of this, and the strawberry Jolly Rancher soda doesn't taste anything like an actual strawberry. You've concentrated it, you've intensified it so much, it's become such a caricature of itself that it's totally unrecognizable. It's lost its core identity. This is what happens with people's appearances today. And I think
this feels like one of those, this meeting could have been an email. He just yapped on and on and on, made some attempt at a metaphor to relate women getting plastic surgery or non-plastic surgery like fillers and Botox to a strawberry. I literally blacked out. I wish that I had.
I think it's a result of, as you say, reality TV. It's a result of social media. It's a result of all of these bizarre fads. Oh, women with fuller lips are more attractive than women with thinner lips. Okay, now we're going to balloon our lips out so that they take up half of our face. Oh, women with more curves are more attractive than pencil-shaped women. Okay, well now we're going to take it completely out of proportion, and it becomes grotesque and ghastly. I really hesitate in any way to criticize this woman or any other woman's appearance, but it's a social phenomenon. So many women are doing it, and so I beg them.
Yeah, I'm sure that if there's one person who really doesn't want to criticize women's appearances because what place does he have to do so? It's Michael Knowles, really. Michael Knowles is a guy who is conscious about not criticizing women for decisions that they make with their appearances, really? Okay. I believe that. Sure.
I implore them. I say, ladies, plastic surgery almost never.
Listen.
Maybe not one single time ever has made someone look better. All of these cosmetic procedures are.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
You disagree?
I've seen a lot of women benefit from, in particular, nose jobs, and men. I've seen that too. Look, I'm not against plastic surgery. This is something else. This is like a mental disorder. This is extreme. When you start off incredibly beautiful and you end up like a plastic Barbie version of a Kardashian. Like, and who did that to her? Who is the surgeon who said, yes, I will keep going. Yes, I will stick all sorts of crap into your cheeks and I will give you the whatever nose job, the extreme nose job to where your nose has disappeared. It's like just a tiny little line down your face now.
Kind of like
I
yours.
Will pump your lips up to where like there's no space between the top one and your nose and your bottom one and the base of your chin. You're making these people look other, like AI, like other than human. And when I actually saw her photos, I thought, is this an AI generated face? Is this real? Maybe this is just like a scandal somebody's put together to get people talking. Because sometimes people do that, but apparently it's real. She's done this to herself. And look, she's not the only one. I would be lying if I didn't say my whole family stopped and looked at the latest pictures of Lauren Sanchez, who's engaged to Jeff Bezos. I don't know what she's done to herself.
My whole
but
family?
she looks.
Why is your whole family gathering around to look at pictures of Lauren Sanchez and the work she's had done?
Nothing like she used to look. Well, yes, when she was younger, but even when she first started to date him. I don't know what's happened to the cheeks. The breasts are out to here. The face is pulled and prodded. She's going out in her lingerie now. This is the latest thing, to wear a thong underwear and a sexy bra and just some lace overlay on top of it, which is
Look
like,
at Daddy B.
I'm sorry, but she looks like a hooker.
Look at Daddy
You look
B.
like a hooker, and you're dating the richest man in the world or one of them. Like, try to be a little classy. Must everything be an expose of your obviously over-enhanced assets? I don't mean to be such a prude, Michael, but I just feel like we're losing something as a society. I don't want my daughter looking at that, and I don't want my sons looking at it either, but we did.
Then why is your whole family looking? You don't want your kids why are you gathered around with your family all looking?
There it was in the New York Post. It was hard to avoid.
And where are we all looking at it? We're all looking at it on our screens, which is exactly the point that you're making. The way that these women are modifying themselves and even just dressing and presenting themselves is like an AI robot of a person. But that's because the beauty that we see around us now is not in the real world with which we interact, decreasing every single day, but it's our screens. And photographs make everyone look a little bit different than they do in real life, and especially with all of the digital enhancements that people can make, they look rather different, even than they would have 10 or 20 years ago. And so we become totally sucked into this virtual reality. Now add on to that the ideological dimension of liberation. I think part of the reason why the transgender movement became such a craze over the last 6 or 7 years is because of this technological fact. The more that we live in the digital world, the less our bodies matter. The less we identify with our bodies. Even the way that we speak about our relation to our bodies is in a Gnostic way.
How we always get here.
We talk about our true selves, being trapped in a certain body. And so if the body doesn't
man is such a
accurately reflect our
yapper.
true selves, whatever that means, then we're just going to chop our bodies up. This is a major shift from the way that for all of Western civilization we thought about our souls and bodies, which is that they're in a hylomorphic union forever as long as we exist on this earth. But if you think, no, my body is just an accident, and I can...
This is how I imagine that like a Scientologist would sound. A Scientologist who's like, hi, join the church, talking about mind, body, like alien stuff.
I can change it to better correspond to my true metaphysical self, then you're going to start chopping yourself up and ballooning out other parts and injecting poison into your face. And there's really no end of that. It's a real, not to sound too religious here, but it's a real trick of the devil. It's just a vice and an addiction and a temptation that's going to leave you looking, in the most extreme case, like Michael Jackson, which seems to be the standard of beauty that a lot of young women are aiming toward.
Yes, or like that socialite. She's Swiss, I think. They call her the Catwoman online. Or it's just like you can't even recognize. She looks like a cat. She looks like a human cat now.
Yeah, that's what people are going for.
I think somebody needs to intervene. I feel like these are unethical plastic surgeons. Someone needs to say, I used to watch that show Nip Tuck back in the day. It was entertaining. Then it got really weird and dark, but it was kind of...
Okay, we're almost done with this, and I'm going to give you my thoughts. And I know this sounds crazy, and I hate to start off this way. I am not 100% against... Look at Michael Knowles, by the way. Look at the still. Look at his creepy ass smile. There are some things that Megan has said here that I am not completely in disagreement with, because I've said similar things on my own show, but I will need to explain, okay?
Kind of cool. And, somebody needs to step in when you see that you've got an addict here. Like the same way that the bartender will say when the guy's barfing at the end of the bar asking for another glass of scotch, it's time for you to stop, sir. The plastic surgeon needs to say, it's time for you to stop, madam. Like, you've gone too far. This is an aesthetic that you're going for. It should literally be a nip or a tuck. It shouldn't be like this drastic makeover of already beautiful women who are obviously suffering mentally. That's my own judgment. I realize I'm passing it, and it's not my life to lead. It's theirs. I just feel like I really hope this isn't the truth for my daughter when she gets older, and I hope it's not the truth for America's daughters.
The point you just made, Megan, is
America's
so
daughters.
Because what you said is, look, there's an objective standard here, and we can tell that,
here goes
okay,
bro
if you want to do
yapping
a little bit of work here or there, maybe that's within reason, but the people who totally transform themselves in this way that is making them look worse, we shouldn't be doing that. Someone should intervene. But what that implies is that there are objective standards. There's objective standards of health, of sanity, of beauty, of truth, of morality, and I certainly think that. I think reasonable people think that. But in our culture, we're told now that everything is subjective, everything is relative, and the only moral criterion that matters is consent. So if an adult consents to do something, increasingly, even if a child consents to do something, if you ask the left, then they should be permitted to do that, even if it's...
How does he always bring it back to this? Like, Megan sucks. She's a real bitch, but he is so singular. And you know how like you're having a conversation with someone and they go, "Oh my God, yes." And then they start talking about something that is not what you are talking about. Like, and it's the one thing they'll always pivot to. I feel like we all know a person like that. You can talk to them about anything, they'll go, "Yeah." And then they'll pivot to whatever is the one thing that they always want to talk about.
Going to harm them, even if it's objectively disordered.
Okay. All right. Sorry. I know I'm going to sit through this whole clip. Now, what I want to say starting off, this is a photo where she has on a ton of makeup. Now, okay. Let me just start off by saying that. All right. Erin was doing a photo shoot here. She has a shit ton of glamour makeup, has studio lighting. So just to be fair in that sense, like, yes, I understand that this looks drastically different. One, this is an older photo, and two, for those reasons I just stated. Okay. All right. Now, what I will say is I'm not denying that Erin Moriarty has done things to her face throughout the years. Most notably, filler and buccal fat removal, which are two very popular procedures that are not plastic surgery. So a lot of times when people say I've not had plastic surgery, they're not lying about that, but that's because fillers and Botox and buccal fat removal and things like that, it's pronounced buckle, like a belt buckle. Those do not constitute plastic surgery, okay? A lot of people get these done. Secondly, what I want to say, and I hope this doesn't make me sound like a hypocrite, but it is not any of our business what women decide to get done. Okay? If Erin Moriarty wants to get filler, that is her decision. And it is not up for me to sit on my throne and call her mentally ill. That is not that's not fair and not something that any of us should be doing. Now, I talk a lot on my channel about how much platforms like TikTok and Instagram have worsened women and girls' insecurities, and how TikTok in particular pushes these kinds of treatments to younger and younger girls. And that is something that I am very much so against. And plastic surgeons, so that's why when I said, like, I don't totally disagree with everything Megan is saying, even though I disagree with the way she says it and with most of what she says. But when she was talking about holding plastic surgeons accountable, I agree. In the sense that plastic surgeons who partner with these marketing companies to advertise to girls on TikTok are devils, okay? No 14-year-old should be getting pushed videos on their homepages of getting fillers and Botox and buccal fat and a little like shoop and shoop, whatever, okay? All right. I have also talked a lot about the Kardashianism of the effect on women and girls, and how the Kardashians are some of the most popular trendsetters in the world. They are like the biggest influencing family, okay? That is what they do. They influence. And they've made a lot of money from doing so. And they have access to the best doctors in the world, and they have a lot of money, and so they can treat things like filler and butt injections and hip injections and things like that as you would like a fashion trend, okay? So they get things done, and then when they no longer want that, then they get rid of it, okay? But because of the Kardashian effect, because of them being like some of the OG Instagram influencers, there are a lot of people who have taken to following in the path of the Kardashians by from everything from doing their makeup like they do. So when the Kardashians really popularized the heavy contour look, that became huge. Their fashion, just all their products that they sell, and their the way that they look. And the Kardashians for years and years pretended as if it was completely natural, and they still lie a lot about what they get done and what they don't get done. But they started to, they started to here and there talk about things like Botox and filler and whatever. But what happened was you had a cropping up of plastic surgeons and nurses and aestheticians who work at plastic surgery centers who would take a photo of Bella Hadid or Kim Kardashian and then make a TikTok about everything that they've had done. And here's how you can look like Kim Kardashian. This is what I would suggest. You get this and this and this and this, and you can do it all and go back to work the same day. And so it's turned these procedures into something that is not a big deal and not something that you really need to think about, and B, a way to be just like your favorite influencer or, your favorite Kardashian. Now, one problem that I have, and then I'm gonna talk about Erin Moriarty specifically, but I just want to kind of give a little overview of my thoughts. One problem I have with the way the conversation has turned in regards to filler and Botox is that we do not treat these as procedures or treatments that you really should think about before you get them done, because it's not plastic surgery, because it's not permanent. And so more and more women and girls, like as young as 14, 15 years old, are treating filler and Botox like it's not a big deal. Now, I don't mean big deal as in it's the end of the world, you know, you need to really think about this, because yes, it's not permanent like a nose job is or getting your breasts done, but it's treated as lightly as like you would go to the dentist to get a cleaning. And it is incredibly expensive, and it also can have negative effects. If you get too much filler, it can leave scars, and that's why you have Kylie Jenner, even after she gets her filler removed, looking like there's something still wrong with her lips. That's because of scar tissue. And it also is something where it should not be taken lightly that 16-year-olds are pumping their face full of filler in order to achieve a certain look. Filler initially was meant for older women who needed to put volume back into their faces because over time, gravity makes your skin drop and filler gives you volume, right? That is who filler was designed for. And that's who used to be the typical client for something like filler. And same with Botox. But now women and girls are getting it younger and younger and younger. And it's being treated like some casual thing you can go do at lunch. And, you can shape your whole face. You can change your whole face. But you don't have to have plastic surgery. So not a big deal. Okay. Now, Erin Moriarty. Here's what I have to say. Erin has, from the start, like if you watched the show Boys, from season 1 of Boys to, I think the first time people started to notice a difference in how she looked was season 3. And then, was it season 4? Oh, no, sorry. Season 4 hasn't come out yet. So yeah, I think it was season 3. Okay. So people started to talk about it. They were like, what's going on with Erin Moriarty? She looked like she had lost a ton of weight. She was very gaunt. She seemed as if she had totally transformed her face and her body. And it's something where whatever Erin has had done, she certainly looked very different. All right. From season 1 to season 3. And so I don't think people who speculate on what Erin Moriarty, like what's going on there, I don't think that that's something that I would say we can never do that. Okay. I don't think that that's a productive opinion to have. And I don't think it makes very much sense. Like that's, yeah, of course, an actress who looks really different from season 1 to season 3, there's going to be speculation about it. Now, the problem comes in when that turns into harassment, when that turns into an obsession, when that turns into people giving opinions for what Erin should or shouldn't do as if their opinion is the one that matters. And Erin is either mentally ill or, whatever the reasons for her doing it, like taking the agency away from her of choosing to look a certain way. It doesn't mean I'm saying you agree with it. Like when somebody has gotten a ton of work done, and I don't know what Erin has had done, I'm not necessarily referring to her, but just in general, in situations where, actresses or celebrities who were, perfectly beautiful and then have a bunch of plastic surgery done. I understand the inclination to be to feel badly about that, to be saddened by that, because we know the societal pressures that women feel, and especially in a place like Hollywood, where the pressures are so unbelievably strong that you feel like you're going to suffocate. The pressure to be beautiful and young is something that, unless you've worked in an industry like Hollywood, I don't think will really ever get that. Okay. Am I the only one who didn't notice? No. That's funny. All right. Okay. What was I saying? Yes. The pressures will look a certain way. And I think that that's a bad thing, right? I talk all the time about the pressure on women to be youthful, because youth being tied to beauty, being tied to value and the worth of a woman. And that's why, women in Hollywood, especially, they get to a certain age and you notice an uptick in them getting Botox, in them getting facelifts, and doing anything to try to preserve their youth as a way to preserve their value, as a way to preserve their careers. Okay? So it's basically like the problems that exist societally when it comes to the way that we talk about women and appearances and the value that we place on these things, and how much we are constantly scrutinizing women and their faces and their bodies like that. Imagine that in a pressure cooker, and that's Hollywood for you. Okay. So at the end of the day, I do believe as a woman and as someone who's worked in Hollywood, and I live in Los Angeles, where, talk about a city where you just feel enormous pressures to be incredibly hot, to be incredibly good looking. I would be lying if I said Erin Moriarty was not facing pressures like that, and potentially a reason why she lost so much weight, why she did get filler, why whatever she did to change her appearances being due to those pressures. Okay. It's not the first time a celebrity has had work done. She doesn't deserve harassment. Absolutely not. No, of course not. Of course not. That's why I said speculating is normal, and that's understandable. But turning that speculation and like things that I'm doing, which is having a larger conversation just about the pressures that are put on us, and also, how social media works to push these things towards younger and younger girls. And let me just asterisk real quickly. Let me just add in something real quickly, where I don't want this to seem as if I'm presuming Erin Moriarty is not happy with the way she looks, as if there was not her choosing to do it, to make physical changes, because that was also something she desired. Of course not. I don't know Erin Moriarty. I don't know why. I can't speak to her. I won't speak for her. Okay. And me saying all these things is not also taking agency from these women and saying that they didn't choose to do this, and that there's no way possible that they feel good about themselves and they're just going to keep going down this road and yada, yada, yada. Okay. That's not the case. This was her in 2019 when The Boys season 1 came out, for reference. I'm not going to click on those links. If you want to look at yourself, you can, but I don't want to I know I've probably been guilty about this before. I know that, of doing a side-by-side, especially when we were talking about buccal fat removal. I know for certain that I did side-by-sides, but because of how much harassment Erin's been getting and how so many people are making such a big deal about her appearance, it just doesn't feel right for me to do a side-by-side right now and be like, see, this is what she looked like before and this is what she looked like after. What bothers me is that these people talk as if it were a crime for a beautiful person to change. If you're beautiful, you have no agency of your own appearance. Yeah. I think what it is you were so beautiful. Why did you do that? Right? And one, I feel like I feel as if that is harmful to people who have changed their appearances, because what they're hearing is, you look awful now. You are ugly now. Right? And maybe they don't feel that way. Maybe they either feel the same or they feel better or whatever. And also, it's like, you were so beautiful. Why did you do this? It's like somebody like Michael Knowles saying that, the irony of him saying something like that when all that man does is comment on what people should or should not do with their bodies. You know, Michael Knowles is a guy who absolutely believes that women are supposed to look a certain way. That's why he's such a fucking transgender freak, okay? And so having men on Twitter who constantly are saying things like, ugh, mid, like the whole Margot Robbie thing, like these guys are constantly talking about women's appearances and you know, debasing women by saying they're mid, by like making it clear that their value is tied to the way that they look. And I, a dude online, am saying you're mid, which means you have no value. These same guys are the ones who go so fucking crazy and say oh, she was so hot before. Oh, I just am so tired of seeing women do this to themselves. You don't get to you can't do both of these things. And in fact, what you should do is shut the fuck up. How about that? How about never comment on a woman ever again? Okay? How do we feel about that? It drives me absolutely nuts. And every time something like this happens, where actress steps out, you know, new look, whatever it is, I don't care, okay? Even if she gets a fucking haircut and people think she's had all this work done. This is always the conversation. And it's dominated by men who most certainly always have something to say about women's appearances, whether it's, and it's always in a negative way, right? Because the thing with Erin, they're saying she used to be hotter. She looks terrible now, but they're saying that because of what she's had done, you know? Like, they'll do that with women who, if women hadn't had that done, they would find some way to be like, ugh, mid. She's not as hot as everyone thinks she is. Super Sorceress, thank you for the tier 1. Like, can you imagine if Margot Robbie stepped out and she clearly had done a bunch of fillers and Botox, like very obvious changes. I swear to God, all the dudes who were calling Margot Robbie mid, you know, trying to pretend like Margot Robbie is not so beautiful, would be talking about her new look and say these same things. Oh, Margot was so hot before. Oh, I hate that women do this. You know? She didn't get any work done. It's just heavy makeup. When she posted this on Instagram, it was a group of other photos from the night, and it's obvious that was makeup. Okay, well, the thing is that no one knows, right? I mean, this is a silly it's not an argument to have, because we're not Erin. We don't know what she's had done or what she hasn't had done. I agree that heavy makeup plays a big part of things, and that's why I pointed out, like, this is professionally done makeup for a photo shoot, and also the lighting, and she has lost a lot of weight. But the point is that she does look, and I don't mean just this photo. I'm not doing side by sides. You can look at it on your own, but outside of this context, yeah, from season 1, like even watching the show of Boys, she looks very different from season 3. And that is where that is where a lot of this conversation started happening. All right, so let's move on with the next part of this story. So the Megyn Kelly interview happened, and Erin Moriarty took to Instagram. And she posted this. I'd like to correct one piece of information in an effort to be the one who's not reporting false information to say that Megyn Kelly is no longer with Fox News. This is something I never truly anticipated writing. We're all subject to levels of bullying throughout our lives, but I'm horrified and I felt that I deserved to take a second to address those things. I had no idea what was going on, to be honest, because I've had one of the most challenging weeks of my life. And I specifically thought that as I emerged this period of time, so stressed that I have barely been able to eat and sleep, I thought, okay, I'm going to emerge this 10 pounds thinner and the verbal abuse and accusations will be flying. Usually either drug use or just a flippant eat a burger comment. You learn to become Teflon and move on. I had no idea what was going on this time. To receive a message about a disgustingly false, counterproductive, to the degree of being ironically misogynistic video of Megyn Kelly commenting on the manner, to learn the widespread nature of this has left me horrified. Megyn used a photo taken a year ago, according to her, that had in actuality been taken about a decade ago, before I was of legal drinking age. I'm about to turn 30. As an example, maybe do some research that would take 30 seconds. How utterly misinformed, inaccurate, and clickbait seeing people who we follow and consider to be informed is appalling. Girly girl, that's I understand. You can say whatever you want to say. I don't think a lot of us consider Megyn Kelly to be informed. I will just say that. I got my makeup done that day and it involves major contouring, and I remember leaving and feeling pretty. And even that day was an immensely stressful day for me. I came running to those girls and I showed up in tears after what had happened that day, and I left feeling better simply because I felt like they had reduced my lack of sleep and worked their magic wands. But I saw the comments scathing enough to just turn my comments off. But this is becoming harassment. This is becoming false news. The only reason I have not deactivated my account is because I will be leaving this here. Otherwise, consider it deactivated. I will not have access to it for an extensive, if not permanent break. Social media was my ability to connect with fans, my ability to work with, but also mostly just share brands that I believe in, or on an independent level and otherwise, to share news or updates. But I'm deciding to invest my energy into my work. Social media is not something that came naturally to me, and that was an investment of energy to connect with you guys. And I'm horrified by the reaction, the reductive assumptions, and the aforementioned video that's a primary example of such harassment. It's broken my heart. You've broken my heart. You've lost the privilege of this account, so you can believe whatever you want. But there's no excuse for these horrific allegations, the verbal abuse that I've had to delete, and genuinely false information that's being used to perpetuate a message that is exhibitionist feminism. You don't have to believe me when I say that these videos are absolutely false. But the way that this has been spoken about, the way that I've been spoken to, I will not accept. I've been in a hole and I've been consumed by this personal situation at hand. You never know what someone is going through. Social media is a platform that is not representative of a whole person. And irregardless, there's no excuse for the words that have been spoken directly to me or about me. Shame on you, Megyn Kelly. I mean, yeah, you could say that until the, world ends. Shame on you, Megyn Kelly. Shame on you, Fox News. Vought incarnate. Implying that my photo is reflective of women being in a worse place is as false as my conviction saying that if you resigned, you would be leaving women in a better place. So this is what I was talking about, where speculation of, wow, this actress looks different, which, yeah, people do that. We'll do that all the time. Speculation turning into obsession and harassment to the point that Erin Moriarty does not want to be on social media because anything associated with her name now are people talking endlessly about her appearance. I love the corrective comment. Sorry, Megan's actually bored and broke. Didn't mean to spread fake news. So, look at this first comment here. Are you really going to sit here and pretend you didn't have a boatload of cosmetic procedures done? 2,152 likes. The top comment to this post where clearly Erin Moriarty is extremely upset and once again has to deal with being a young, visible woman who cannot escape harassment and just constant, people constantly talking about the way that she looks. This is called like, here's the point, and here's the point, here's bro, there's the point, all right? There's the fucking point. Are you really going to sit here and pretend you didn't have a boatload of cosmetic procedures done? Why do you fucking care so much, bro? Why do you care? And also, what do you want from her? Do you want her to sit here? Like, is that what you're owed? Are you owed her sitting down and telling you every single thing that she's ever done to change her physical appearance, from working out to dyeing her hair to like whatever it is? Is that what you think you are owed here? And also, what she is explicitly denying and saying is false here is Megyn Kelly saying she has mental illness. Because let's not forget that that's what they spent 11 minutes doing. Talking about how Erin Moriarty and all these girls who get all this work done have mental illness. Like, that is sick, okay? That is absolutely sick to presume something like that, okay? When you don't even know what's going on here. And that is different. And the fact that they brought up the two of the most notable examples of famous figures who, yes, had mental health problems and took that out, and that manifested in getting extreme plastic surgery. They used like two of the most famous examples to make this point about Erin Moriarty, okay? They talked about Michael Jackson, and they talked about the cat lady. Oops. Sorry, Jocelyn Wildenstein, who specifically got plastic surgery to look like a cat. Jocelyn wanted to look like a cat. Okay? She is a Swiss socialite. She is one of the most, this is one of the most famous cases of extreme plastic surgery. So like Megyn using that and Michael Jackson as an example, talking about this mental illness, fuck it, let her look like a cat. Let her look like a cat. Who's she hurting? Honestly, who is she hurting? But this is and it's just like really rich coming from Megyn Kelly, who used to work at a network where like you had to be blonde and skinny and white, okay? That Megyn Kelly looks the way she does for specific reasons. And I know she's not at Fox anymore. But it's like, really, you want to talk about, like, you want to talk about women this way? All right, let's talk about women, and let's talk about pressures on women. And let's start by talking about what's expected of anchors at Fox News. Okay. Megyn's 53, by the way. Yes. And Megyn, like I said, the reason that she stated a couple times, I'm not against plastic surgery, or like, no, I don't, I'm fine with that, nip and tuck, is because she's had nips and tucks. All right. So she knows that she can't come across, even though she doesn't give a shit about being a hypocrite in many other stances, but it is one of those subjects where as soon as you start throwing stones in a, plastic surgery is bad, then you're gonna have eyeballs on you and going, really, that's interesting. Okay. You might have Matt Rife. You might have the Matt Rife situation where his surgeon comes out is like, oh, look at this beautiful jawline that I did. It just and someone else, you don't even look like yourself anymore. Were you really expecting people not to notice? Bruh, come on, you aren't fooling anyone. You've 100% had work done. You lost the privilege of this account. Oh, honey. I just like, I think what I have to say about this is reinforced by the comments on this post. And if you were to go on Twitter and look up Erin Moriarty plastic surgery and how many people feel like they are entitled to have Erin Moriarty like speak on this in the way that they want her to, which again, like what does this matter? And two, you don't know anything about her. Okay? And you speculate based on how different she looks, and I've done that as well. If I'm being completely honest, when Erin Moriarty stepped out as Starlight in season 3 of The Boys, Will and I gasped. We were like, oh my gosh, she looks so different. And I was like, I feel like she's lost a ton of weight since the last time she was on the show. Like, yes, I'm admitting to it. That's understandable. That's what happens. I would do that if I saw a dude too who looked drastically different. I'd be like, oh my gosh, that person looks incredibly different. But this changes when this becomes about, when this specifically turns into a whole ass thing because Erin is a woman, and like, God forbid we let her alone and let her live and not expect as if we're owed answers and that we have the right opinion on everything. And this is this is a complicated topic because I do have all sorts of different feelings when it comes to anything related to this subject, right? I mean, we talk about misogyny, we talk about pressures on women, we talk about social media and its detrimental effect, especially on younger and younger girls. Talking about the dangers, and but also like the right for people to choose and have agency and do whatever they want to do and not have to answer for it. And there's just like there's a lot going on here. And I just never want to add, I don't want to be a negative addition where I talk a lot about these things. And like, I literally have a video here talking about fillers, right? Because I think times are changing a bit with fillers, and people are realizing more and more that fillers are not something that to just treat casually. But it is a topic that I frequently discuss, and I know that I have compared and done side-by-sides of actresses when talking about like the latest plastic surgery trends and how, you know, for young girls, something like buccal fat removal is not something that you should just treat casually because you see your faves having done it and they look really like heroin chic and super hot, and understanding that like that's a serious procedure because you take that fat out and you can't put it back, and then what happens is then you have to put filler in your face, and you shouldn't be doing this when you are super young. So yeah, anyway, it's like you want people to have healthy body image, but also can't expect everyone to pour out their personal lives. It's hard. Yeah, I mean, I always talk too about our relationship with ourselves and our image and social media, and, you know, what we choose to change about ourselves. And just understanding the motivating factors, and it gets complicated there because everybody is different. We're all individuals, we all have our reasons for things, but I always approach from a social media pressuring you to look a certain way, on top of like societal pressures, and then the ease and the access to these to information on how to look like Bella Hadid, do these 10 things, when that's also not necessarily truthful, right? You're not going to get all this done and then just look like Bella Hadid. So it's complicated. I have varying feelings on these things. I do always maintain that I nor anyone else has the right to tell someone else what to do and how they should live their life, and what decisions to make for their regarding their appearances, but that we do but that like we have a responsibility as a society to examine the pressures that are put on women and girls, and how social media platforms contribute and worsen those, and even on men too. More men are getting plastic surgery. I don't mean to leave men and boys out of the conversation. This is something that primarily affects women and girls. They are the main they are the main recipients of everything I've been talking about: fillers, Botox, plastic surgery. But more and more men have also been getting plastic surgery to look a certain way. There are also procedures that affect there are specifically things that affect men, like height. We talked about that insane surgery that breaks your femur and puts a metal rod in it so that men can gain a couple of inches, so that they are they are deemed worthier in the eyes of society and have more opportunities. Yeah, the leg lengthening thing. Jaw procedures are really big for men right now. Drake BBL, yes, male BBL. Mm-hmm. The plastic surgery speculation and criticism was not the first time Moriarty endured cyberbullying. In a since deleted Instagram post, she made a blog post about the unsolicited commentary that viewers have made about her body on The Boys. I do feel silenced. I do feel dehumanized. I do feel paralyzed. And when I say like speculation, I mean, don't take like, okay. When I saw The Boys, I was with Will and I went, oh my gosh, Erin Moriarty looks really different. She looks like she's lost a lot of weight. Like, we commented on it then. I didn't take to Twitter, post a photo of Erin Moriarty and go, what has Erin Moriarty done? She looks awful. She used to be so much prettier. And now she looks like she's either anorexic or that she's like, whatever it was. Okay. Like, I didn't go do that. And as I said, we don't know Erin Moriarty. We don't know people who are not, the reasons that people have for things. We only know our own reasons. And we don't know what's going on. So why she had lost weight, we do not know. We don't have the actual answer to that. And so, like, unsolicited commentary, you got the fucking peanut gallery who will act as if they do know and will state speculation as facts, and will do so in a way that is really disrespectful to Erin, always, of course. And this is the effect of it, of her saying, I feel dehumanized, I feel paralyzed, everyone's going through their own battle. Moriarty's The Boys family voiced their support for the actor over the weekend. Showrunner Eric Kripke said haters could fuck off and urged followers to be kind. Jack Quaid, Moriarty's on-screen boyfriend, also dismissed the haters. Laurie Holden, who appeared in season 3 as the Crimson Countess, condemned the cruel and misogynistic bullying. It's astounding how people behave when they're consumed with jealousy. It really is just a reflection of how sad and worthless they feel about themselves. Basically, don't be a bully. Yes. Don't be a bullying asshole, you know? And like so many people who do discuss this subject that we've been discussing, and individuals like Erin Moriarty, they do so in a misogynistic way, right? And that is a huge part of the problem here. And so you have other people who go, well, wait a second. Why can't we talk about how much this specific Instagram face has cropped up in the last 5 years, and how many women and girls, younger and younger, are getting these things done? It's like, we're not saying we can't talk about those things, but got to clarify that we don't know what Erin has done or has not done. And also, like, that's not what's being done here. The people who are making Erin feel dehumanized and chasing her off social media are motherfuckers who are like, oh, so you're going to sit here and lie? Tell us what you've done. Why do you look this way now? You used to look so hot and now you look awful. I'm so tired of women doing this to themselves. Yeah, it's aggressive. It's attacking. It's, pretending as if you have all the answers and that you know what's going on. I got a nose job. It was one of the best decisions I ever made in my life. I can't tell you how much happier it's made me, but I don't tell people who didn't know me before I got it because I'm worried they'll judge me and make me feel bad. Right. There's no winning. Okay. There's no winning, because if Erin had something done and she were to say that, she would be attacked for that. There is no winning. Right. And that's why, like, okay, so a couple reasons why famous women forever, it's changed a little bit. But again, fillers and Botox are something that people will open up to because it's not plastic surgery. But plastic surgery has always been something that's been kind of like a hush-hush. Everybody knows, but we'll never admit to it. So reasons for that are, one, you want to pretend that, like, you've always looked this way. Of course, I was born, as Lady Gaga says, baby, I was born this way, Baby, I was born this way. But two, admitting to having something done, one, you're admitting to having an insecurity about it. Two, people are really weird about people who get plastic surgery for reasons like jealousy, and I don't know, maybe some other reasons. It is a strange thing, though. It's a strange thing where someone will be like, well, you shouldn't have that done. And so and the reason why I said jealousy 3 times is because I can't think of another reason other than they themselves are unhappy with their appearances, and either they won't do anything about it, they don't have the funds to do so, whatever it is. So it manifests in a, well, you shouldn't have that done, because you getting this done then reinforces, like, me not getting the things done to change the way that I look. Might throw Puritanism. Yes, I know there's other reasons. I know. But that one seems to be a big factor. So, okay, what was I talking about? Women, why, famous women, why they've always lied about plastic surgery. And so that's why for forever, there's always been the secret in Hollywood is that everyone's had a nose job. And now it's like the secret in Hollywood is that everyone's had a nose job. Everyone's had their eyes done over a certain age. Everybody has filler and Botox, and everyone's got fake teeth. Like, these are things that are just a part of being in this business, but no one will. No one wants to be the one to confirm that they've had these things done that people speculate on, or that is just a commonality of being in Hollywood. Yeah, now everyone's on Ozempic. But you want to know why that started to change? I think it changed with the push to being relatable. As soon as celebrities started trying to be relatable, that's where that comes in. And a lot of that is manifested through like that comes from social media, that comes from influencers who at first it was like, here's my life, it's unattainable. You follow me because you aspire to that, or you wish you were me. You wish this was your life, but then it switched to being relatable. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. And that's why people started to open up about getting Botox or, getting certain things done, because that was a way to be relatable, but to not have to own up to like having a nose job or like having fake boobs. Now all guys have hair plug. Oh yes, I forgot. Yeah, everyone has fake hair too. Hopefully we get to a place where we're so equal, little boys feel just as bad about their appearance. Yes, we want little boys to feel as bad about their appearances as little girls do. I will continue to speculate if Benny Boy got lip injections, as you should. Never stop. Hi, trolls. 1, this is literally the opposite of the show's fucking message. 2, you're causing pain to real people with real feelings. Be kind. If you can't be kind, then eat a bag of dicks. Fuck off to the sun and don't watch The Boys. We don't want you. Why can't I think about who Eric Kripke is? Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Writer. I thought he was an actor. No. He's a writer and producer. I find it wild this whole show is blatantly satirizing the political right and misogyny and bigotry, corporate greed and corruption, etc., yet all those exact people eat it up like candy with the message going right over their heads. That's usually how it goes. Anthony Starr. Oh my God. My king. My king. Amen to that, sir. Be kind, people. It's easy. Yeah, it really is. It really is. Like, just calm the fuck down. I think one of the gripes is young bodies, but age-looking faces. Meanwhile, age faces can't get young bodies, like the gray-haired fad old age. Do you know what I saw on Twitter that made me so sad? It was somebody who had compiled screenshots of Instagram comments. Because you know how like the gray hair thing kind of became a trend? It's not a huge trend, but it's basically like embracing your natural hair and not feeling like you have to dye it to live up to the pressures of being youthful, and so more women embracing their grays. I just gotta be honest, I will never do that, okay? I always want to have dark hair. But good on people who decide to go gray. I forgot what the gray movement is called. I can't decide. But there's another one now where women are posting their faces, like smiling, with wrinkles, just imperfections, and captions like, this is 35, no Botox, wrinkles, yada yada, as a way to like embrace natural aging and just not hide behind your the fear of wrinkles and the fear of aging. Anyway, okay. The comments on these posts, and I saw it because someone posted on Twitter and was like, this makes me so sad. We're doomed. Like, we're never gonna fix ourselves, because so many of the comments were extremely negative to these very positive posts, right? these women who made these posts, they weren't forcing this on anyone. They weren't making people feel badly for choices they made. They were simply going, I'm going to be positive here about aging, and here's how I look, look at these little wrinkles. I'm grateful for them. And if that's how you feel too, like, join in. Don't feel pressured to not embrace aging. Whatever. All right. HP, thank you so much for the 5 months. And so many of the comments were what? Okay, sandwich. Can you please stop? I every time I look up, you have such a strange comment. I don't know if you're talking to me. I don't understand. Like, careful girl wasting energy. What are you talking about? Your comments have been so strange. Okay, sorry. Okay, yes, please just stop commenting. Or like, don't be weird. Telling me to be careful when I'm discussing something is very strange. You don't get to dictate what I do in my streams. Anyway, the comments on this on these Instagram posts were very, very negative. A lot of people being like, "Ugh, you look awful," or "Sorry, I don't want to look like that," or "You look way worse than 31." Just so many negative comments. And it was quite sad to see. It really was. And the thing is that if you take care of your skin, if you wear sunscreen, if you have a little Botox when you get older, okay, fine, that's your decision to make, right? The idea is that we lessen societal pressures for all women to maintain their youthfulness as long as possible, because then otherwise, poof, you no longer matter. I mean, youth in general, right? Youth in general. But the difference with men and women is, like, let's go back to Hollywood. Men get called silver foxes, and they get to age gracefully. And, a lot of them still continue to have great careers even into the final years of their lives, because their age is not seen as a detriment. And in fact, in many cases, it can be a boost. It can be a positive for them. Now they get to play like these silver fox zaddies. Whereas, women in Hollywood, the joke is you turn 40, you might as well be dead. Might as well be dead. As women, we're just not going to win either way. Right. So I just feel, I don't know. We all make decisions for ourselves, and please don't try and force what you are doing for yourself onto anybody else. I mean, that goes for anything, really. If you're not hurting somebody, if someone is not causing harm, it's hurting someone, then it's not our business what they choose to do with their lives. And all the 30 Rock jokes about Jenna being young. Yes. Yeah. I stand for Susan Sarandon at any age. Me too. Girls get it done. Wait, isn't that the tagline from Boys? Wait, what was the Boys thing when they made the female, the 7 members get together? It's girls get it done, right? It's the meme line, yeah. Girls get it done. Frenchie said girls really do get it done. I thought that was a Nikki Haley quote. The beauty of The Boys, and I can't wait for season 4 to come back, is that it really was one of the best satires of society. It was so good of satirizing things that had happened, and then things that would happen. Like that show was doing past, present, and future. It really hit everything. And did it very well. Really good show. Can't wait for the return. Man. I feel bad for Erin Moriarty. That's a lot of shit to have to deal with.
A couple of months ago.
Okay, I've been wanting to watch this video about people quitting YouTube, and I rethought about it when I saw Pokémon's news that Pokimane ? Oops, not Twitch yet TV. So Pokimane tweeted this. It's a little cryptic. The end of an era. Twitch has been my home for a decade, but it's time to say thank you for all the memories and love during my League, Fortnite, and Among Us days. So I don't think she's quitting streaming per se. This is also a hilarious photo because it's like the app is 1/4 of the way downloaded. This is just like it's a very funny picture to use. That's why I feel like this is not a I'm retiring post, you know? I think it's her contract is up, and so she might just be simul streaming, or I don't know. But I loved everyone underneath freaking out like, oh my god, Queen, no, what? And I was thinking, I don't think this is a retirement post. I think it's the last picture out of the app when it still had her face on it. Yes, I think so as well. But anyway, I did want to watch this. It's ambiguous. Yes, I think her contract is up, and so she's technically a free agent. Like, I think that's what that means. But I liked that it was dramatic enough that people thought she was retiring, but it was ambiguous, so they weren't sure. So everyone was just like, what's happening? But along with that, you know, you've had a lot of YouTubers quitting. It kind of feels like there's been a change where a lot of the OG content creators, YouTubers are either quitting or just kind of stepping back. I've had a lot of conversations with streamer friends who have been streaming for a decade, and they all kind of express the same thing, where they're not going to quit, but they certainly don't have the drive to stream like they used to, that they are either finishing contracts, going to do one more year, but are interested in pursuing other avenues of work. And ultimately, you know, will just not be streaming like they used to. Yeah, I think burnout, I think, you know, a lot of them have made tons of money and are still very young and have the option to go do other things, and they'll continue to make money because they have really big social numbers, and so, you know, they can do sponsors and posts and stuff like that. But I think streaming is something where I can't imagine streaming if I did not feel if I wasn't excited about streaming. There are of course days where it's hard to log on. I just have no motivation for anything whatsoever. But to overall have an attitude of like, I am tired of streaming, I don't want to stream anymore, it would be really hard to stream. And I feel as if people would know that my heart wasn't in streaming anymore. It feels like a passing the torch moment. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. And there have been, you know, a wave of new content creators, new streamers. I mean, you look at some of the biggest streamers on Twitch, and a lot of them are really new. You know, it's amazing. It's amazing how they've been streaming less time than I have, and I still consider myself very new. Considering the ruthlessness with which Pokey's been treated by fellow creators like Charlie, I wouldn't blame her if she took the bag and walked away. Yeah, I really hope Pokey does not leave Twitch. I think that we are better for it. I think Pokey is one of the few female... First of all, there's not a ton of big female streamers. And so having Pokey has always been like having that representation. But also, she's one of the few female streamers who like, she'll talk her shit, you know? She's not a political streamer, but Pokey will stand up for herself and stand her ground, and will talk about sexism and misogyny and her experiences, and doesn't shy away when she receives harassment. Like, I don't want to lose that, you know? I don't want to have less female streamers who are saying these things. You feel me? And it's not me blaming female streamers who don't open up this way and who don't talk about these real issues. Of course not. Like, I don't blame them for it. I get it. I understand. She's a good, and Pokey's a great shit talker. She is. I mean, the broke boy thing, that was iconic. Who else would have done that besides Pokey? I just feel like, I don't know, the type of things that I say on this platform, in my opinions, and also off it, like on Twitter as well, I just feel like it would be easier to do so if we had more of an atmosphere of this, you know? But I understand why more women don't say these things like I do. It's kind of a catch-22, you know? Anyway, it was funny because I had this conversation with Cutie where she was like, we were just talking about it. And I was like, sometimes it feels like a losing battle. She goes, oh yeah. I mean, in many ways on a platform like Twitch, it is a losing battle. She's like, it would probably be easier for you if like a lot of the things that you said, if you didn't say them, like straight up, it would be easier. She's like, and I have learned that. I've learned that for me, it's easier to just shut up and I deal with less. And I looked at her, I was like, you know, I get that. I get that it would be easier, but I also I think it would be impossible. Like, I just do not think I could be an internet person and not be giving my opinion all the damn time. And I was like, because I didn't start doing this till I was 30. And prior to that, I was a person who gave my opinion all the time and was incredibly outspoken. And so I don't know how to, I didn't know how to transition into a career on the internet where I was not doing that. I'm like, and I don't think it'd be easier because I would be like yearning constantly to say something about anything and go, oh, but I can't do that. Oh, but I can't talk about that. Oh, I just gotta stay silent. Like, I think that would be harder almost. Just a girly with a lot of opinions. Yep. And speaking of opinions, here's one. If you have Amazon Prime and are sitting on a Prime sub, in my opinion, you should subscribe to my channel with your Prime sub, which is free. You get one Prime sub a month, and if you haven't used it yet, in my opinion, you should use your Prime sub on the Caroline Kwan stream. Yeah, you guys like that one? I'm shilling. All right, here we go. Okay, that works, Paparoni. Thank you so much for the 5. Juicing my sub goal. Ah, there's the Prime. That one guy. Thank you for the Prime. She doesn't love you. Thank you for the 5 months.
Opinion lady.
You make a compelling argument, opinion lady. Thank you. That's what I'm trying to do. Thank you. Good vibes, guy. Good vibes, guy. Thank you for the Prime. That was one of the better shills, I will say. Cuz Snicks, thank you for the Prime. Hybrid, thank you for the 2 months. Any Oilers in chat? Yeah, where's that one who's that one Oiler in Hassan's? And then I've also seen him in Cuties. I've seen him in so many streams. Yes. 34 MKD. Isn't it crazy how you can become known for being an Oiler? Paparoni, I appreciate you. Thank you for juicing my sub goal. Thank you for that gifted. You the best. His name is Ludwig. He just dropped like 200 subs today on Cutie. Where's 34 MKD? Cutie's doing a sponsored stream. A sponsored stream, and he drops 200 subs. I'm out here like talking my face off. No sponsored, because I've turned down so many sponsors. Having to shilling for Amazon Prime subs. Wait, each sub costs almost nothing with the conversion? Wait, why? I don't get that. His subs are Turkish subs, so they pay out. Wait, so if you buy a sub in Turkey, wait, I don't understand that. Hold on, I'm being dumb. Twitch said those subs are gonna be worth like 10 cents? You're lying. Suki Saperstein, thank you for the 2,000 bits. My God. Wait, Twitch. Okay, nobody tell. They're adjusted for different countries to afford. Okay, wait. So the currency conversion is in if you're in Turkey, the currency conversion is in your favor, but oh my gosh, Gurgary new 20 gifted. Thank you so much. We just tripled what we were at. Inhale, thank you for the 4 months. Oh, look who it is. Look who it is. QT Cinderella. Cinderella, Cinderella. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Y'all, Stores 6, thank you for the 8 months. Cutie and I are going dress shopping tomorrow. I don't know if I mentioned that. We are going to go attempt to find dresses. I realize I don't have a dress for Streamer Awards, which is in a couple weeks. And I feel like I can't wear a pantsuit. Or no, I didn't wear a pantsuit last year. I wore, I did have pants though. I'm like, can I do that again? No, I don't know. We're not streaming it. No, sorry. Sorry if that sounded like we were streaming it. No, we're just going to try and find dresses. The jumpsuit was sick as hell. I did love that. Yeah, I do love pants so very much. Anywho, welcome in everyone. I hope you all are having a great evening. What color am I going for? I have no idea. I have no vision, is what I shall say. Which is good, because then you're open, and if you just see something that you, I don't know, that speaks to you, we'll see. I don't understand. Are you saying you like each other in real life? You know what the nice thing about... I'm about to tout myself, okay? You want to know the nice thing about being friends with me? Is that my first instinct is not going to ever be, we should stream that. There are streamers who, like, won't do anything if there's not an element of streaming to it. Especially if it's something like this. But the nice thing about being friends with me is that you can text me and go, hey, do you want to go dress shopping? And rather than have to brace yourself for the response of, yeah, can I stream it? You just get, sure, what time and where do you want to go? Because I am trying to do everything possible to avoid the full streamer brain rot. Stores, thank you for the 200 bits. And I feel like the second my brain goes to any suggestion of a hangout or doing something, and my brain goes, oh, you should stream it, I think that I'm not gonna be well. Yes, I specify the full brain rot because I do know that I have some brain rot, okay? I do understand that. I did figure that out. So I'm trying to avoid full brain rot, where the brain is completely rotted. We do need Cutie on dinner and a movie at some point after Streamer Awards. Yes, she will come on at some point. I think I haven't asked people to come on or like made a deal out of it because I'm very embarrassed by my tech setup. Of being like, okay, we're gonna end stream here and now we're gonna go over to my computer where I don't really know how to do this and have us both do dinner. Have us both watch this. I made it work with Emily, but it was not, the movie setup was not ideal. That's what I will say. The movie setup with the speakers was not super ideal. So I have to like revisit it and tinker with a few things. Yes, that's true. Cutie has not figured out the setups. We'll get you on the Oscars carpet. Look, that's the dream, y'all. Okay. Exclamation point, YouTube. I'm at 12,000 YouTube followers right now. We need to get to probably 2 million. On the road to 2 million. Mr. Portal, thank you so much for the tier 1. On the road to 2 million. We're at 12,000 right now, and it needs to be done by next week. Yes. Needs to be done by next week. Because the reason for this is that I want Amelia de Moldenberg's job. She is going to be the official social media, like YouTuber correspondent on the red carpet for the Oscars. I need to be there. So we gotta get these up, okay? Slenderless, thank you for the prime. Yes, chicken shop girl. Yes. Yes. I want to be I don't know, like beef girl or something. Okay. So, exclamation point YouTube. So we can be on the road to 2 million. Oh my god, interviews over Chicago beef. Yes, I would love to do Italian beef from Chicago. So like soaked in all the juices. Okay. And having a conversation in like the shittiest hole in the wall place you've ever been to. Johnny's beef? You know Johnny's? Fuck yes. God, I want a Johnny's right now. What I would give for a Johnny's. Oh! Oh my god, I'm dreaming of it. Why don't we have good deep dish and or good Italian beef in Los Angeles? I'm gonna start a restaurant that's deep beef. And it'll have deep dish pizza. Like real good deep dish pizza. Deep dish pizza and Italian beef sandwiches. Deep beef. No such thing as good deep dish. You are an insane liar. You're lying. Deep beef or beef dish. Yes. That's what I want to do. If I were to ever be crazy enough to open a restaurant, which I've never had a desire to. It's really, you know what it is? It's like when people make movies because they go, oh, I wish, I want to see this on screen. I wish someone would make a movie where like, it's a gay love story between Dracula and the werewolf. I feel like that with food, where whenever there's food that is not available in Los Angeles, I go, I'm going to open a restaurant. Or if there's just not good options of said food. There's not a lot of great dumpling places around where I live. Can you believe it? I have to go out far to try and get good pot stickers and dumplings. Just go to the OC. Oh yeah, a casual hour and a half. San Gabriel is amazing. Also pretty far. All right, I gotta pee and grab some water. I will be right back, and then we'll watch this video. Hold on.
What a beautiful Monday morning.
So, this is perfect, okay? Because I just talked about getting 2 million subs on YouTube. And YouTubers are quitting. So this is my time. This is my chance to move in. But I gotta see why they're quitting. I'm assuming it's because they're all really rich and want to go live life.
To quit.
Retire.
I'm taking a break.
It's not clickbait.
Things are changing.
I am bringing them to an end.
If I'm honest with you guys, don't want to do this anymore.
Now it's time to take a breather.
I'll be handing off the channels.
Full-time filmmaker has been acquired.
This era.
What if they gave their channel to me? How can I do that? Can I buy it? That's a thing, right? Don't people grow channels and then sell them? I'll pay $100. Okay, how do I reach out to these people? To buy their YouTube channel and then turn it all into pop culture. Just crank out like 10 pop culture videos and then appeal to the Oscars so I can be on the red carpet.
Polyphonic is over. It is the correct decision.
And it's time to move on.
In the last few months, and especially since the new year, each of these channels has posted some form of goodbye video. It's been really interesting to see, and I just want to take a few minutes to talk about it. I'll be using clips from some of them throughout the episode, so make sure to show your support by watching on their channels as well.
Along.
I've left links in the description.
I love capitalism. I will take these channels.
What I and a lot of others have noticed about these goodbyes is they all have a lot in common. There are a handful of factors that each of these creators mention. Work-life balance, loss of joy and creativity, and though they might not use the word, each of them mentioned some aspect of alienation. I'm not going to say, ooh, it's all capitalism, because there is more to it than that, but it does make a lot of these problems worse, as you'll see in a bit. Anyway, I think let's start with work-life balance. Take a listen.
For as much as I love you, and I love overthinking things, and I love theorizing, I don't love late nights. I don't love the fact that Steph and I have been work first for over a decade. Where I'm sitting down at dinner with my best friend and we're talking about business logistics.
If I get that feeling, you ever had that feeling when you're like, oh, I'm with family right now, but I need to get back to the office, or I should take, lunch to work, or whatever it is. I want to stop that. I want to completely eliminate that.
I can't keep this up. This is my dream job, and I have a lot of fun doing it. I know I'm incredibly lucky, but a dream job is still a job, and it's a job that keeps getting bigger and more complicated, and I am so tired. There's nothing in my life right now except work.
But in reality, it just put me in a
I'm sorry, him getting emotional about maintaining YouTube voice. Look, once a YouTuber, always a YouTuber, okay? Even with goodbye videos, content, baby.
constant state of stress and work, and now I'm always at work. My home is work. A vacation should become a vlog. Every TV show I watch and song I
Hogan,
hear
thank you for the
should be
gifted.
turned into some sort of content. Like, I shouldn't be relaxing right now, I should be making content, and it just isn't possible for me to turn that mindset off. And I realized this is not how I want to live any longer.
I don't get any satisfaction from the type of work that I do here anymore.
This is so unrelatable.
And if you work 7 days a week, that becomes very heavy mentally. For the past 10 years of my life, there has not been a single vacation where I was not working. There has even been times where I was working on Christmas Day. And don't even get me started on...
All right. Couple early thoughts. Couple early thoughts here. So, I totally get people who are watching this and going, this is unrelatable. And I am now a content creator, and I still do feel like I get that. I feel kind of like that too. Because as much as burnout is a real thing, and I literally said yesterday, my stream yesterday, I started off, I was like, I think I'm a little burnt out. But here we go. As much as it's a real thing, as much as that guilt of not creating content all the time, yes, these are all real things, and it's not to dismiss them, okay? I feel these things. I've been doing this a year and some change. But I've also worked so many jobs, and I can't imagine doing what I do here as a content creator and making the millions of dollars that these guys make. Like, I make more money than I've made working 3 jobs at once, and I am so grateful for that, and very lucky to be getting to do this, especially at a time when so many people are losing jobs. There are just layoffs left and right. Yes, remember, I'm a multimillionaire who I don't even need to do this for money because I'm so rich. I do this for fun. Don't ever forget that, people, okay? I don't do this to make money. I do it purely for fun. Purely for fun. Anyway, anywho, when I say I make more money too than I made working 3 jobs, remember when I was working 3 jobs, I was making like $40,000 a year in Los Angeles. All right, this was not working 3 jobs and making 6 figures. It was working 3 jobs to like barely be able to pay rent. Okay. Anyway, but for them, because they've made an ungodly amount of money, and they don't need to, I mean, not everyone is driven in life by constantly making money. And they'll still make money because they are huge content creators, so they can just do a little sponsor here and there, maybe shift to something else. But the point being that I don't ever want to presume to know any individual content creator's life or what they go through. But I also get how frustrating it can sound to your average person. Most of the people who are watching these videos who know how much money these people make, and for doing a job that, yes, there are stresses to it, there are expectations. It's not like it's always a walk in the park, but it also is something that most people don't get to do. Most people never dream of getting to do a job like this and make this amount of money. They make more money than doctors and nurses and lawyers and people who went to school for tons and tons of years and work so many hours in a week doing jobs that are not making videos to post online. No matter how much you make, there's still no way to buy time. There's 24 hours a day. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you everybody has the same amount of time, right? And one day we all die. There's no changing that. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I think it's not that I don't think these guys have an understanding of how lucky they are and what a unique privileged position that they're in to be at the top of this industry and make the type of money that athletes make, right? And famous actors make. But I also feel like quitting, I don't know, because it doesn't feel very sustainable to quit something like YouTube and perhaps have the lifestyle that they have, or just be as young as they are, and then maybe they realize like what an inordinate amount of money they made for doing this type of work. We should never make the assumption this is what people wanted to do with their lives. Of course not. Of course not. I guess I'm just trying to say, and I'm doing it badly, that I do understand people's frustrations when they hear videos like this because of this, the type of work that this is, and how many people wish they could be doing this, and how much money these guys are making. Burnout is relatable, but the only difference is that most people can't afford to retire early or take a long break. Yeah, absolutely. I think I think they're quitting YouTube too, but not necessarily content creation in general, because what would they go do? You know what I mean? They even though they've made a lot of money, they're still really young, and that's not something where all of them can just stop making money. So I don't know. But also, like, you need to be able to enjoy your life. And there's no point to making a lot of money if it's not enjoyable. Like, no matter what that job is, no matter what your job is, no matter what you do, if you have no joy in life, then it doesn't matter. It does not matter the amount of money that you make. Some of them want to have more. Yeah, everyone's got their reasons. I mean, we're only 2 minutes into this video. We're only 2 minutes in. But okay. All right, let me just watch a little bit more.
On New Year's Eve, because I hated it when it was getting too late, because I wanted to be fit the next day to work again.
Work-life balance, the pinnacle of achievement throughout history. Since the very first caveman enslaved his neighbor, we've been fighting to secure a decent balance between the time we spend at work and the time we have for leisure, friends, family, recovering to go back to work. You've probably seen that old image from when people were fighting for an 8-hour workday. 8 hours for work, 8 hours for rest, 8 hours for what we will. That sounds pretty nice. These days, 8 hours of work just doesn't really cut it for most people. And believe it or not, that goes for YouTubers too, and we'll get to that in a sec. A growing number of Americans work more than one job, and some 400,000 work 2 full-time jobs, just to make ends meet. Everything from housing, to groceries, to utilities is getting more expensive, and the only thing that's not going up is wages. You've heard it before, but if the minimum wage had just kept up with inflation and productivity gains since the Reagan years, it'd be over $24 an hour today. But here in the richest country on earth, the federal minimum wage is still $7.25 an hour. It's hard to have a decent work-life balance when the hours you work don't earn you enough money, so you have to take on more work. YouTube is similar, but there's an added layer of complexity. Caleb makes a point in his video that I think a lot of people don't realize about YouTube as a career. Your input doesn't necessarily equal your output. You can put a ton of work into a video and make way less money than you did with a half-assed video. That's very different from other jobs. Exploitation aside, yes, obviously everyone should be making more money. But in general, with traditional work, if you put in more hours, you're financially rewarded for that.
See, and I'm coming from the entertainment industry where I'm used to you put in, you do 100% input and many times get 0% output. That, like, you can write a whole ass script or, you know, whatever. and get nothing for it. Like, so much work you do is free. Or that you'll be hired to like give your ideas on a rewrite, but then you don't get hired to actually do it. So much exploitation. Rusty, thanks for the gifted. The amount of hours that goes into a YouTube video and doesn't gain traction can be so frustrating. Oh yeah, absolutely. Entertainment is so rough because of the reason stated, where you do so much free work, but also because of how much money you spend, how much money you have to spend in the pursuit of your career. Actors spend so much money, everything from clothes to gas money for auditions to self-tape equipment to paying for acting classes, and it takes a really long time to start seeing any net positive, and for a lot of people it might not even happen.
In sales and you put in an extra 10 hours a week, you sell a couple more cars, you make more money. If you do hourly work, add a few hours to your schedule, you make more money. If you work freelance and you take on another gig, you make more money. On YouTube, you could add 30 hours a week and not see a cent in extra income. In fact, you could see the complete opposite and have your revenue tank for what seems like no reason at all. So, it's not surprising that just about every YouTuber says they have a bad work-life balance. You're constantly worried that if you don't feed the algorithm, you won't be able to pay the bills.
Feed the algorithm.
This is one of the core features of capitalism. You work or you starve. And on YouTube, sometimes you work and you still starve. That uncertainty is draining in a way that is difficult for a lot of people to understand. But the money aspect is only part of the work-life balance thing. When you're a YouTuber, you have work at your fingertips 24/7. Much like Ken's job is just beach, my job is just phone. YouTube is right here, all the time, in my pocket. I'll just have a quick peek, just one little peek. I swear, one more peek, just one look. It becomes all-consuming. You can't escape. It gets so bad sometimes that I'll be running errands and I'll check YouTube Studio when I'm stopped at a red light. You also have to stick to a schedule religiously, or people forget you in a month. I upload here every other Friday at 9 a.m. Central Time. The program is every Friday. First Thought News episodes are every Monday and Wednesday. Analysis episodes are every other Friday. And my new channel is every other Friday, staggered with Second Thought. And don't get me wrong, I enjoy a lot of this. Yeah, it's a job, and sometimes I just want to throw my computer out the window. But YouTube is still a dream job for me. I like sharing things with people and being creative. But that's where we run into another problem.
My whole life just turned to this business, and it's all fun when you get to make videos, but not when you're managing a business and constantly doing tasks that you just don't like to do. I miss to be creative. I really miss that so much.
One thing I use as an analogy is kind of like a contractor building houses. When you first start, you're loving it, you're building houses, you're making money, you're doing your thing. But after a certain point, you kind of develop things you enjoy and things you don't enjoy about something. And when it comes to making a video, if that's a house, you look at your next video that you need to do because it's your job, and you don't want to pour another foundation. You don't want to frame out the whole house. You can see all of the work ahead of you, and you just don't want to do it. Throw in all that other fun stuff we already talked about, and you have kind of this mess. And so that's where I'm kind of at, or have been at.
I feel like everything online is slowly converging towards the boring, bland, gray middle point where everyone just tries
Yeah,
to...
I kind of feel like that is jobs in general. There hasn't been a single job that I've worked where there are not aspects of it that are genuinely taxing. It is a job, and I think it's especially awful in the creative arts when you do something because of your love of creativity, and then you realize like there's a business aspect to it. There's always a business aspect to it. Because if you do this as a career, you need to make money. You need to be able to survive yourself. You need to be able to support yourself. And so you can't just focus on the creative. You have to focus on the business aspects as well. I remember I had that conversation with Will years ago when he said he just hated LA and he just wanted to be creative. And he couldn't do that because he had to also be a business person, and he just wanted to make things. I was like, well, it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. And you have to just figure out a way to do both. You know, or else you can't work in the creative arts and have it be your career. You can't.
To maximize retention, use, and this metric, that statistic, which just leads everyone to like the same end product, and it's become beyond saturated. For me and my own creativity, I just don't enjoy where this is going.
So, creativity and homogenization. This is another challenge under capitalism. We are all unwilling subjects of the profit motive. YouTube is an inherently creative job. You're producing art or content or entertainment or whatever you want to call it, but your base consideration has to be financial stability. There's a reason most YouTubers don't do it full time, and those that do have to supplement their income with Patreon, link below, please, love of God, link below, or sponsorships, or selling LUT packs, or online classes. When you're doing YouTube as a side project, you can afford to make the videos you want. But when this is your full-time gig, like it is for people making these goodbye videos, your art has to take a back seat to putting food on the table. That's a tough pill to swallow for people who are genuinely invested in creating artistic or thoughtful things for their audience to enjoy. No one starts out making money on YouTube. It is always first a labor of love. But as soon as your channel gets verified, the calculus changes. Now you have to figure out, okay, do I want to keep this as a side project, or do I want to build this into something that can pay the bills? And even if you decide on the former, sometimes your channel will grow and become financially stable anyway. And then it's really hard to turn down leaving your dead-end job to focus more on the work you enjoy, which then becomes a job, which then requires you to play by the rules of the YouTube game to continue growing, staying relevant, and making a living. It's the trap pretty much every successful channel falls into. But there's another aspect of creativity under capitalism that's worth exploring. There's this concept called enshittification, sometimes called platform decay. Coined by writer Cory Doctorow in November of 2022, enshittification refers to the tendency of online platforms like Amazon, Facebook, Reddit, Twitter, and YouTube to act as a predatory, two-sided market. Here's how Doctorow describes the process. Here is how platforms die. First, they are good to their users. Then, they abuse their users to make things better for their business customers. Finally, they abuse those business customers to claw back all the value for themselves. Then, they die. I call this enshittification, and it's a seemingly inevitable consequence arising from the combination of the ease of changing how a platform allocates value, combined with the nature of a two-sided market, where a platform sits between buyers and sellers, hold each hostage to the other, raking off an ever larger share of the value that passes between them. The internet is full of examples of this form of decay. Google search used to simply return results to the best of its ability based on the parameters you gave it. Now the whole first page of results is ads and websites full of articles that are 90% SEO phrases. Amazon shows you a dozen sponsored items before you get to the real results. TikTok and Instagram are specifically tailored to keep you scrolling and consuming. YouTube is a prime example of this form of decay. First, it was a place for normal people to publish silly videos. Then it attracted investment and advertisers. Then it changed how the platform works to maximize revenue generation and encourage content that plays by those rules. And now it's running an ad block blocker to really crack down on any lost revenue and force people to pay for YouTube Premium to stop the incessant advertising. And none of this is evil. It's just the logical conclusion of a neoliberal capitalist system. Every platform is a market, everything must have a dollar value attached, and consumption is a lifestyle. So it's no surprise that big channels that have grown...
We talked about this when we had our conversation on everything being content now. Art, film, television, YouTube videos, Twitch streams, it all just being put under the banner of content.
With the platform are noticing this trend and are disgusted by it. There's no room for creativity when everything has to be scripted, edited, and presented for retention above all else. That's how we ended up with MrBeast. He plays the game perfectly, and his videos are disgusting and devoid of any actual value beyond being used as slop for the content trough. And hey, look, no hate for people who just want to watch MrBeast run some deranged game show. That's your prerogative. But for the people who started out making beautiful things for the sake of making beautiful things, this trend of enshittification is really disheartening. And kind of along those lines is the alienation aspect of all this. At the end of the day, it's you against the
Mr.
all-consuming
Beast
maw of the
released the
internet.
response to his
YouTube
track.
is still such a niche career that there are so incredibly few people who actually understand what it's like to do this. It's lonely. It's stressful. It's scary. Strip away all the frills, and at its core, YouTube is an altar on which you lay yourself at the mercy of a billion people. You play for the crowd. You make a spectacle of yourself. You know there are buzzards out there waiting to turn your next video into drama content. You know who you are. You are at the center of hundreds, thousands, millions of views, and yet you're completely alone. None of these people know you. None of them see the work that goes on behind the scenes. It's you and your camera and your laptop. That's not how humans were meant to function. Even these large channels face alienation to some extent. They often grow beyond the capabilities of one person, and that person then relinquishes creative control of the content in order to run the business side of things. Separated from their own art for the sake of playing the profit-driven YouTube game. Speaking of profit and big channels, there's one more thing we need to consider.
I should have just done this as a live.
Wish I could just create stream and art and stream full time, but everything's exhausting or late stage capitalism. Yeah, it is indeed. I mean, that's why if you have hobbies, you know, and people tell you, oh, you should open an Etsy shop or you should make money off that, try not to. You know, if you really don't need to, try to keep that hobby a hobby, because the second that you start monetizing it, especially when it's, you know, creatively related, when it's, you know, some form of art that you like to do, it will take the joy and the passion that you had for that thing. I mean, that's why it's a hobby, right? It's something that you do for fun to fulfill you, because your job, the thing you make money at, is not always, and in many cases, it's not going to be very fun at all. You know, that's what you do to pay the bills. And it's when people think that they can marry their hobby and their job, you know, their passion and a way to make money, and think that they will not lose their, you know, either lose out on their ability to just be freely and unfettered in their creativity. That's just not how it works, you know. That is not how it goes. And I say this as someone who has experienced this. I totally get it. This is not me casting judgment on YouTubers who feel like the creative joy has been sucked out because it's such a, you know, it's just a slog and everything's about the algorithm, and it's not just about being as creative as their heart's desire.
Stream and uploaded it to Captain Sparkles 2, which, speaking of, no changes planned for live streaming and the VOD uploads on the second channel. That's business as usual.
I have like another channel called Papa Meat that's doing really well. And if you haven't heard of that, feel free to check it out. We post like every 3 days, but that's becoming more of like my money maker, actual job thing now.
This probably isn't goodbye, like not forever. The podcaster host, Lateral, is still going out weekly. My newsletter's still going out. The Plus channel will probably return at some point. There'll likely be new technical difficulties episodes.
I'm still going to be here. I'm still going to be alongside the creative directors talking about programming, brainstorming ideas for upcoming episodes. That's awesome. I love that. I don't want to give that up. But the other cool thing about this is that it opens up the door for me to turn the script. For the last 13 years, I've been commenting on other people's IP, but now that I'm stepping out of those roles, I get to create the IP.
Here's the part that no one that I've seen has really talked about. The one big thing to realize is that most of these people aren't quitting being creative. Just about all of them have other outlets for that, whether it's a second channel or a podcast or some other avenue. They're just stepping away from the horrible grind that full-time YouTube has become. And this isn't me saying, aha, you're not really quitting. That couldn't be further from the truth. I'm genuinely really happy for these people because I recognize that in the near future, I'm going to be in the same boat. I've been running Second Thought for 8 years. It's gone through a couple different iterations, but I've never missed an upload in that time. And I'm tired too. If you think about it, what's the point of YouTube? What's the bottom line in 2024? More views, more money, more recognition. The information you're trying to get across, the message you want to send, that takes a back seat. I know a whole lot of channels in the education niche that have transitioned from making videos they think are interesting to making videos they think will perform well.
Yeah.
And when that works, you scale up. You hire a couple people, then some more.
Yeah.
And then suddenly you're Linus Tech Tips with an army of employees, and now you're just running a business. Okay, so why not stop? It's one thing to step back from gaming content or infotainment or gear reviews, but it's a bit more challenging when you're making ideological content. Yes, obviously everything is ideological, but you know what I mean. I make content designed to get people interested in socialist ideas. My main objective is to get people over that initial hurdle of socialism bad and funnel them into organizations to help build class consciousness and dual power. Not to pat myself on the back, but I think I do a pretty good job of that. I've gotten a bunch of really nice messages over the last few years from people who have gotten involved in organizing because of my videos. And it's really hard to justify stepping away from that.
Excuse me, buddy. I thought we were talking about capitalism here. What's this socialism shit? Okay? Thought we were here because I heart capitalism.
I'm not under any illusion that my channel is the only thing driving Western viewers to get organized. There are so many fantastic channels that do excellent work. But for better or for worse, Second Thought is the largest channel in this niche, which means I have at least somewhat of an obligation to keep doing this work. And don't worry, if all this sounds like I'm quitting, I'm not going anywhere.
What if this was his quitting video?
Most of these YouTubers retiring are from massive personality channels. They've made their money, they can ride off into the sunset, and more power to them. That's great. But I think it's also important to remember that YouTube is home to literally tens of millions of channels, and the majority of them over the course of their YouTube career will throw in the towel for all the same reasons as any of the big names.
Not me,
but
I'm
without
getting
the
to 2
financial
million.
security or enough fame to segue to something else. YouTube, like anything
Oscars
else,
red carpet,
is
here we
not
come.
really voluntary. Under capitalism, you work or you starve. If YouTube is your full-time job, you better make the right sacrifices to the algorithm because you need the money and you have no idea if you're going to get it. And that's before we even consider demonetization or age restriction. You could put 100 hours into a beautiful documentary and end up way in the red because you showed current events that YouTube thinks are not advertiser friendly. But that's a topic for another video. And there's a whole other aspect to this that we didn't get into, which is people looking at YouTube and seeing a platform by and for amateurs. And that's just not really the case anymore. Yeah, anyone can upload to YouTube, and that's great. But most people don't realize that YouTube and the film industry have kind of merged into this one big content blob. I mean, heck, our team has worked all across the media landscape from, documentaries, TV, you name it. And if you followed the news about the labor situation in Hollywood, you know that everything is on fire. A couple of years ago, there were horrible stories coming out about working conditions for VFX artists. Same thing for animation. Last year you had the screen actors and the writers striking, and they haven't both gone on strike at the same time since 1960. IATSE, the labor union that represents a lot of technicians and craftspeople, they're talking about going on strike sometime this year. And all of this is connected to the same kinds of things that YouTubers are talking about. Crappy residuals, insane overwork, unreliable income, and now these stupid AI content farms. This is all connected. And YouTubers retiring is just one tiny aspect of a larger narrative about work, art, and life in the 21st century. Anyway, this was not the script I was expecting to write this week. I came into the office and I watched a couple of those goodbye videos, and I felt compelled to give my 2 cents. This is also a big part of the reason I've started the new channel. I want to share cool things with people. I just want to stretch some creative muscles I haven't used in a while. But as always, you can find my content here every other Friday. Please do consider supporting the show on Patreon. I genuinely could not do it without you. You get all sorts of cool perks, including access to the Discord server, where I try to do a live Q&A every month or so.
I love Discord.
Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
That would have been really funny to do a disguise your quitting video in a video like this. Why are so many people quitting YouTube at the end? You go. And all I have to say in conclusion is I'll see you guys on another platform. See you somewhere else. Have a good life. Thanks for the support. Not going to say until next time because there is no next time. It's not quitting, but he might be closer to the end than the beginning because that's life. Yeah, I mean, he's I didn't know who JT. In all honesty, guys, I didn't know who a single YouTuber was until I started streaming because I did not watch YouTube. And now I do. I will link you this, by the way. But he's been doing this for 8 years, as per what he said in the video. And a lot of those YouTubers that were featured in this, who have made I'm quitting YouTube videos, have been doing it for 10, 12, 13, 14. I mean, really since YouTube was born. You know, these guys got in very, very early and were able to build up enormous YouTube channels and really make a name for themselves in the content creation world and make a lot of money. Make a shit ton of money. And I just feel, I don't know. Everyone gets to feel how they feel about their job, okay? And in all industries, burnout is a very it's a very real thing. Whether you are a doctor, a lawyer, working at Starbucks, a YouTuber, whatever it is, you know? I think a lot of these people are simply becoming capitalists. They're hiring others to make videos and taking the profits minus salaries. I mean, is that quitting or living up to exploit? Right. I think it's them realizing, not all of them, but some of them realizing that, like, they don't want to do this work anymore, but they don't want to stop making money. Of course not. They just want to be able to take a step back from it, much like much like someone who started a business, grows that business, and then has other people running the business as they spend more time at home or traveling or doing whatever they want to do. I just right, but other YouTubers that aren't making that money probably also feel that burnout to quit. Yes. I think it's, and this isn't fair of me because this video didn't get into that, you know? I don't know how these YouTuber guys feel, but it's the way that they were explaining how there's parts of the job that just suck and they don't really like, and how they've been doing this for so long, and how they work all the time. And they are valid in feeling that and not wanting to do that anymore for whatever reason, to either travel, be with family, or just do something else, whatever it is. But I don't know. I still feel like there's a little bit of out of touchness to it, is what I would say. I get them moving on, but I think I feel this way about streamers too. Many of whom never did anything other than streaming. And so when they talk about how much they hate this or how they want to do something else, there's always a part of me that's like, I totally understand. You've been doing it a long time and you absolutely should go try whatever you want to try and follow your heart. But it's also realizing what the world is like out there, and people who have had success in industries like this since they were teenagers. I don't know. I just feel like you won't be able to leave this and go do something else because everything is going to require a ton of work and you're never going to make money like this. Is there a single person who isn't burnt out under capitalism? Jeff Bezos? Their need for money no longer exists. They have enough, so they don't see a reason to struggle so much. Right. But I guess I just wonder, it's probably a case-to-case basis. No, I mean, this isn't even worth getting into it. Already set with money, why not try other things? You want to explore life now. Right. But like I said, I don't know everyone's situation with them being set with money or with them, you know, like, what does that mean? Do all these people, they've made enough money that they'll be able to live the lives that they live and afford expensive houses or, you know, whatever things that they have purchased with money they've made from these careers, and then go do other things where they're not really making money anymore. I think it's an individual thing. I guess I just say this as someone who has tried to advise some of my younger friends where I go, I'm not telling you to stay in this. Of course not. I want you to go explore and go try other things. I'm just trying to prepare you for what it might be like when you do pivot to something else. And if you get to a point where you are out of money, or you know, you're not set for as long as you thought you might be. It is it's just a situation that I don't want young friends of mine to find themselves in. And realizing that these other things they're pursuing also take a lot of work, and you put a lot into it, and you're not making as much money like you made with content creation. Look at PewDiePie, for example. He's someone that has more money than God, doesn't want to do the daily YouTube grind anymore now, only makes videos to document his new life in Japan with wife and child. Yes. I think PewDiePie has plenty of money and can live the life that he lives and continue to do so and basically be retired, right? I don't know how much money it is to need to retire and live comfortably. I genuinely don't, because I've never thought about that. I've really never thought about retiring. It's never, there's certain things that I've never thought about, and me thinking about how much money I'll need to retire is never one, because I always wanted to keep working. And that's because I've always pursued jobs. I've always pursued a career in creativity. And so I never thought to myself that, like, I would want to retire, or that I would need to retire, I guess. And then also I'm of a generation where it's like, what's retirement? What is retirement? We don't think about those things. Maybe entertainment skews perspective because you can get nothing out. Like I said, other careers have hours in, money out. Yeah, I think I am fucked up from working in the entertainment industry, genuinely. I have PTSD from it in multiple ways. I would say. I don't know. Like, is anything that I'm saying making any sense? Where it's not me at all disagreeing with what JT is talking about in this video of how we're all burnt out under capitalism, how creativity suffers under capitalism, and how that's why YouTubers are quitting to do other things. I think I'm being how am I being unfair? I mean that genuinely. I'm not trying to be unfair. Hey, it's Kev. Thank you for the 6 months. It's because content creators, athletes, and actors are like a product, so you never get to escape. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I hate that we live in under a system where creativity suffers when it becomes your way of your means of making money. That is an unfortunate thing, and like I said, it happens to everyone. Everyone whose creative pursuits become their way of paying the bills. That sucks, and it will absolutely zap the fun and the joy out of it. Hopefully not all of it. Hopefully not the whole thing. But I think especially with something like YouTube, where it really has become a thing where people are making videos for the algorithm. And that is not a fun place to be in as any type of content creator. Really anybody who uses platforms, you know, and relies on those platforms to help them in their career. When you have to tailor all of your content to the algorithm, to what will be rewarded because it is fitting a certain trend, or, you know, has certain keywords in it, or just looks a certain way, that is an awful place to be in. I'd recommend watching one of the videos to get the whole picture from at least that person, but they're like 20 minutes. I guess maybe I'm coming off the wrong way, where I don't need to see their why I'm quitting YouTube videos, because I'm not judging them. I'm not saying like they can't step away from YouTube. I think it's more of a it's more of like recognizing a privilege and being able to do that, you know, being able to quit a job that you describe as sucking your soul out and there being bad parts to it, because it no longer is just for fun, and you got to do all the things you got to do to make as much money as you're making. You've had more experience in the corporate white collar working world than other creators. Yeah, I can't help it that that's the world I come from. So I'm not necessarily talking about these YouTubers. I don't know these YouTubers, but I'm thinking about content creators I know who are younger, thinking about doing other things, and I want them to do those other things. I want them to go out in the world and figure out what else they like, and if they're burnt out on streaming, but also having being realistic about the fact that making millions of dollars to play video games, or to make stream or make videos for YouTube, they're not really going to find something like that. And if they need to, you know, if they get to a point where they need to keep making money, or that's the money that they're used to making, because let's be real, when people are used to making money, even if they're like, oh, I've got plenty of money, they might get to a point then where their lifestyle can no longer be sustained on much less money, or that they themselves didn't even realize how much they relied on the amount of money that they made. Good night, Paparoni. You just want creators to be pragmatic, have a perspective about the privilege of creating content. Yes, and I don't know how to say that without it seeming as if I'm judging creators for quitting. Like, I didn't think it was coming across that way. I'm not. I've had the experience of burnout myself. I know exactly what they're saying. I've worked in creative industries for a long time. I totally understand this. But I've also like done that. I did that for 10 years and I didn't make very much money at all and was struggling to pay my bills. And so I have an understanding of like, you know, it's a unique position to be able to be in, to quit a job that was not something that anybody can go do, and make a lot of money doing so, and then get to take a break from it and go do something else. Yeah. I have this conversation with Will all the time. All the time. We'll both be like, man, it's not a judgmental thing, but it's a lot of people who have had enormous success in content creation and didn't really do jobs before that and didn't know, you know, what it was like to struggle to work 50 hours a week and hardly be able to pay your bills. I think that you don't have an understanding of how much worse it could be. And I say this as someone who doesn't want things to be worse. I want this system to work for all of us. I want it to be better. This isn't a comparing and contrasting our struggles and being like, back in my day, you know how bad we just did this and shut the fuck up. I've just never been in an industry like this where people who are younger than me have found success and an enormous amount of success at such a young age, and so don't have a taste of what it's like not having that. You worry about them being a little too bright-eyed and ignorant about the harsh realities of work outside content creation, that you wouldn't want them to struggle like you have. Yeah, like I don't want them to go pursue other things and then realize it's not as it's not as great as they thought it would be, or that if they do need to make money again, then welcome to trying to do this thing that other people do and try to make money that way. Aiden Ross thought the average salary was $100,000. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of just rambling on. I just very much so am sensitive to how a lot of you feel when you hear content creators complain. And I'm not saying that that's what those YouTubers were doing. Of course not. It's just we just happened to watch this video, but I'm having a bigger conversation here. But I'm sensitive to how a lot of you feel when you hear Twitch streamers bitch and moan and go, really? Like you make $40,000 getting to play a game, getting to, advertise, do a 2-hour do a 2-hour sponsor. It's like some are on another level than others. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. But like I said, it doesn't mean that there's no justification in complaining about things of this job. I don't mean complaining as in talking about being burnt out. Let me be clear, okay? That's not what I'm referencing. I know there's a lot of work people don't see behind the scenes because I do it. Yeah, I've made this point before that I get pissed off when people say that all streamers work like less than part-time, because that's just, for me, that's not true. Work is soul crushing, never enough to live. Working 50 to 60 hours a week, I can just never feel for these YouTubers when so many others suffer like us and have no path out. Yeah. I think it's always being you know, getting to be honest with how you feel in regards to your job, whatever that job is, but then understanding privileges that you have that many other people do not have, because of this crushing system that we all live under, but some get crushed much more. You add an important perspective to the streamers you interact with because of your experience of being a more normal person. Yeah. I just like, ugh. Streamers who will blow off doing a stream or something where they're making a ridiculous amount of money for a very short amount of time, and I'm like, oh my god, do you have any idea how absolutely insane it is that you would like just not do that because you don't feel like doing it, and how I don't know, but then complain about money too. I just don't understand. I don't know. I'm gonna stop talking about this. I'm gonna stop talking about this because I feel like this just turns into I did this for 10 years and worked so much and never, you know, never really made much money at all. Basically enough to cover my bills. And so being in this industry now, and I know most people don't make this amount of money. They're not making millions on YouTube. They're not making millions on Twitch. But just like with anything else, though, the need for a reality check, awareness, do you think some streamers, especially young ones, don't realize streaming won't last type mentality? No, I don't think they think about it. Oh, wait, do you mean do some streamers, especially young ones, don't have the streaming won't last type? I think a lot of streamers don't think long term per se. You know what I mean? That's what I've seen a lot of. The latest LUD video is highly germane to this discussion. What's the latest LUD video? I haven't seen, I didn't even know there was one. Is he talking about what I'm talking about? I'm probably not gonna watch it right now because I'm either gonna end stream or do a little gaming. It was advice for streamer wannabes. Okay. Sort of an advice and realistic come to Jesus. Ludwig is good at come to Jesus moments. He certainly is. I'm upset and that's okay. Thank you for the gifted. The pragmatic perspective is something most people won't have until they experience it themselves. Yeah. Yeah. I asked 100 streamers how to be successful. He didn't ask me. What's up, VO? Some streamers' opportunity cost to just not go live is so high, so I can see how the need to be able to say, okay, I'm not going to do this even though I get paid big money to have some sort of balance. Thank you for your perspective. It does make things feel better. You're welcome. Yeah, I don't ever... I feel like I always struggle to voice my opinions in regards to this topic, where I don't want to invalidate how content creators feel, but it's also me. It's also me having just having been out in industries prior to streaming for a long time and working at many different jobs, which I never made the money that I have made with streaming, and I work really hard with streaming, and I don't even make what a lot of the people that I'm referring to make. But still, it's like, they should always have an exit plan because of the volatility. Yeah, and I also feel confident that if this industry were to blow up, if streaming were to end, if the plug were to be pulled tomorrow, I could go and get a job. You know what I mean? I know what it's like. I've had enough experience. I would be able to do it again. Or I would just become a right-wing grifter. Exactly. You don't want people on either side's perspective to be ignored. Yes, exactly. But yes, I could go back and do it again, and I would figure it out. What job would you go for? If streaming ended tomorrow, it exploded. Jeff Bezos said, I'm pulling the plug. Daddy Bezos pulls the plug on Twitch and it's gone. Well, I mean, I would look at streaming on YouTube. I don't know what that would look like. But in the meantime, I would probably, for an immediate job, go return to nightlife. Work as the bartender. In bottles, whatever. I would probably just go ask around, get a job back there. And then if streaming or content creation just completely ended, like it was not viable, then I would go back to searching for a job in the entertainment industry. Probably hit up old Sony contacts. Try and get back into, being an assistant, work my way up there, while also doing my creative pursuits. So basically, like what I was doing for a long time. The amount that my friends are able to talk about their boring corporate emails blows my mind. Any insight on this? They're on drugs. Would you feel better about those I'm going to quit videos if they acknowledge their privilege more? I don't even feel that strongly. I don't know. See, that's why I'm like, maybe this is coming across the wrong way. I didn't watch that and go, ugh, can't stand these guys. I think it's more of like, I think it's just I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. I think it's when I hear them say things like, oh, I've been doing this for 10 years, or I have to work at night, or just any of the various things that were said. And they are allowed to feel those things. It's not that they're wrong for feeling it. I just am like, yeah. I and many people had to do those things too. It doesn't make it right. But at least you gotta make millions of dollars for it. It's just not a fully relatable thing. Yeah. I'm not trying to be a hater, and I'm not trying to be like one of those annoying YouTube comments. It's like, ugh, fuck off. Shut up. Rich. Like, it's not their fault that they literally don't have a different perspective for those younger streamers, so their perspective might not always be grounded, but that means having more grounded perspective on the platform is more important. How long have I been doing content? Since I started streaming September of 2022. And then, yeah. Hater line Quan. Yeah, like I would hate, the way I look at it, I would hate if I announced that I was quitting and stated those reasons, and someone who made significantly less money than I was like, oh, must be nice. Fuck you. I don't care. Sorry, there's other problems in the world. Oh, do you know how many people would kill to be in your position? Like, I wouldn't want people to say that about me. So that's why I'm like, I don't. That's not how I'm trying to sound when talking about this situation. Yes. So this has been an entire setup. This is incredibly meta. But I am quitting streaming. I am quitting streaming. That was all a roundabout way of getting to that. I get it, because I've been around for 10 years as well, but I also learned how to deal with my burnout and also recognize I die in the real world. I'm just imagining you, Vio. I'm imagining you're like, okay, I'm done with streaming. I'm going out in the real world. I'm trying something new. And the second you like end stream, all right, pick up your little briefcase, leave your house, you go to a job interview and you just fall over dead. That's it. Couldn't you'd start streaming your job. You would. You wouldn't even make it to the job interview. Just dead. I would watch a reality. Like, look, that's why there's a certain allure to people working jobs who never could have ever imagined doing something like that. Like Paris and Nicole. The Sweet Life of Paris and Nicole. Wait, that's what the show is called, right? The Simple Life. Oh my God, I confused The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. Simple Life. Simple Life. Yes. That's not it. The Sweet Life of Paris and Nicole. That's not a show. I confuse The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody with The Simple Life. The Simple Life of Casey and VO. Like, I would watch that. I would be all over that shit. Watching people have to do something that they are so not cut out for, and it just have absolutely no idea how to do it. Capitalism is a crushing weight and I'm sad. Yes, it is. And we are all living under this system. this crushing system. And it just sucks that there are people who can afford to quit, and there are others who can't, you know. None of us should have to be crushed under this in the first place. You know? The Simple Life is on YouTube? No, because I've tried to watch this. Look at this. It says not available. Do you know how many times I've Googled this show so we can watch, or I've looked up the show on YouTube so we can watch it? And then we can't. It says unavailable. It's like the yes. We send adults to do errands. It works. Yes, you live in Canada. You all are lucky that way. Healthcare and The Simple Life on YouTube. Oh, Canada. What if we took streamers, they had to work a normie job for a day? They've done that before, I'm pretty sure. Didn't OTV have to go work jobs? Didn't they have to go, like, do various jobs for the day? And or I think OTK's done something like that, maybe. I mean, doesn't Emily do that when she goes to work at Target? There's something that is so dystopic about Emily making more money streaming her working at Target or streaming her work doing Uber Eats than an Uber Eats or Target worker would make. Walmart as well, yes. She cleaned the bathroom. She's a content machine, man. She really is. It was a coffee shop, but it wasn't really that serious. I thought they all had different jobs.
Hi guys, I'm here for a quick word from today's sponsor.
I kill it. I make.
Oh, they went to a boba shop.
Drink makers.
350 tea.
What is that? 35?
I'm sorry. Who wanted this? It's just it's just toppings. Yeah.
There you go. Looks like
All the
modern
way.
art. Tastes like that.
Yeah.
Our training is over, and I think we have now graduated.
Yes, I love how many people probably came to this boba shop for OTV. Look, streamers having to work real jobs. Oh, it was a meet and greet too. Okay. Boba shop is tough, as is like working as a barista. I can't imagine the first day of doing something like that. I would be stressed out doing that. So Pokemon is actually retiring to go work at Starbucks. That's why she's doing it. She looked at this and was like, you know what? I had such a good time working at the boba shop. I think I want to go. I think I want to quit and go do this. So you heard it here. Pokey is quitting. She's going to go work a minimum wage job. For reals. During the boycott. I mean, she's not doing, no. She's not doing Starbucks. She is going to, she is, not Starbucks. She's going to Waffle House. Pokimane is going to go work at Waffle House. It's going to be very exciting. Can you imagine if you walked into a Waffle House one day? Not that, I don't know, like, do you just casually walk into Waffle House? And Pokimane is behind the counter. It's like when Lana Del Rey was randomly working at a Waffle House. Seeing Pokey in one of the Waffle House fight compilations, yes. You see a TikTok go viral of a crazy fight at Waffle House and Pokey's in the background throwing a chair. Oh, man. She's got a SIG fighting 3 people off with a chair. Would love it. Would love that path for Pokimane. You know? Go change it up. Bring some excitement in. Alright guys. I think I'm gonna call it quits here because I gotta get up and go dress shopping in the morning. And I was thinking about gaming, but but I think not. I don't know. I'm kind of having one of those moments where sometimes I finish stream and I'll watch it back, so I'll be like, what the hell was I saying? I'm just being completely honest. When you talk a lot on stream and at night, like I do, there are genuinely times where I go, what the fuck did I say? Did any of that make sense? Did I say things that I didn't mean, or did I mean things that I didn't say? That happens too. Saying things I don't mean and meaning things that I don't say. So then I always think to myself, oh, bring this up the next stream, like clarify that. Talking is hard. Don't do that, LOL, time is a flowing river. I know, but I do it all the time. I do it all the time. You also reply to a bunch of random people. Yes, it's also the nature of Twitch, where it's me speaking, also reading comments. And like trying to bring you all into the conversation too. And just going, did that make any sense? And was that a point worth making? Or was I just yapping? Was I like Michael Knowles and I was yapping? Because I am a yapper. Every time he knows. Come here. Come here. How do you know? Every time. Come to mommy. Oh! Every time! How do you know when I'm finishing? I know you speak my language. A little yapping is allowed. Getting over my anxiety, learning not to replay everything I said in my mind. When you're a streamer and you have anxiety, or when you're a person who have anxiety about that, don't become a streamer, because you have hours and hours of evidence as to what you said exactly. There is no getting around and going like, no, I don't think that's what I said. I don't think that's what I said, because, oh, you can go back and check. Is it the, I don't know that. I do not know. Going back to Farley. Yeah, I know the jumping of topics around. Ray, it's your birthday? Happy birthday! Everybody say happy birthday to Ray. Happy birthday! Wait, let me end with this. Hold on. But in regards to Farley, I don't know how he knows. It might be the, all right, everyone. But he comes around every single time. And he stares at me. Again. I talk in my head, does that count? Yes. It does. All right, y'all. I'll see you tomorrow. Wish me luck trying to find a dress. Probably won't happen, but I'll still have fun. Okay, good night.